and you're missing your emergencies thing, it's in my apartment in St. Louis, Missouri, in the United States. It's mine. I have it. Mine.
Good to know. Good to know.
Please don't arrest me.
Yeah, yes, like many other different major airlines, they've attempted to expand, most notably expanding into the Asian markets with the KLM Asia subsidiary, which unfortunately hasn't taken off. That's a terrible joke. I know. I've again been given several stares from the staff here.
Don't just you don't ever say that again.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You should be. I will say though, out of all of the European aircraft that I'm aware of, KLM has my favorite livery by far. Royston, we have somebody requesting to give us a little bit of tidbits from KLM if you have time for it.
Okay, who is it?
It was the Twix, our other SAM site.
Oh, yes, yes. We are currently now patched into our secondary SAM site. Fellow Aero moderator, Mr. Twix. What have you got for us, Twix?
Hello, everyone. So, I just want to share a couple things on KLM. Just adding on to what Atlas said, their service is absolutely top dollar. I flew from Dublin to Genoa via Amsterdam's Schiphol airport in June. Yes, in June, and the way they handle delays and cancellations is absolutely insane. My flight from Dublin to Amsterdam was delayed by 1 hour, and somehow they managed to put it on the second flight. They were very accommodating, and even because I'm very used to flying Ryanair, so when they started serving free drinks and snacks on board, I was really surprised. I was like, "Sure, this is great." They started flying in 1919, so that makes them 106 years old now. So they've been serving their little kingdom of the Netherlands for quite a while. A very, very proud airline. And I'm sure the Dutch are very, very proud to have them as their flag carrier. And overall, just a pretty insane. They have a pretty insane network of flights as well. They fly to, I think, all 6 inhabited continents.
I believe they do.
So maybe
That,
not Oceania, but
that as well. Even if you want to fly not down to Australia, not on board KLM, you have the lovely, lovely SkyTeam Alliance. That is for the Americans here. That is Delta's alliance. So you can get pretty much anywhere in the world. Myself, I took a flight from Detroit, Michigan to Amsterdam, and on the same ticket, I got on a KLM E190, and that's always really cool to do. The last time I flew, on SkyTeam, I took a Virgin flight from Atlanta, or a Delta flight from St. Louis down to Atlanta, over to London Heathrow on board a Virgin A350.
Very interesting.
SkyTeam and airlines in general they're very interesting to me. And SkyTeam has one of the best to go anywhere in the world. Unless you want to go to, like, Poland.
why not Poland?
Why not?
And I have just received word that KLM's box has unfortunately ended at this time, so he will be landing.
Yeah, so we can see the aircraft currently coming into line. Runway 33. Let's give it up for KLM, ladies and gentlemen. Give a round of applause. I also like to thank our written moderator here, Twix, for giving some info about KLM. Thank you very much. One of the Aero moderators in Force Disguise over Linwood today. So we are now coming up to it. So we have now finished the first hour of day one of AeroKosh 2025. So what can we expect for hour two of this air show? Well, as you can currently see coming in towards runway 33, we have a demonstration from the French Navy flying F4U Corsair, flown by Cons_Ant. That will be until quarter past. Up until past, we will have a private display from EddieFX 340X Relay, flown by School TV, Skookle TV. I can't pronounce. I'm incredibly high on pork pies. Clearly,
What was the one you're trying to pronounce?
Skookle TV. I believe that's how you pronounce it.
That's I'm gonna go with that.
Skookle, yeah,
Google TV.
yeah, right. I think it says Google there, but yeah. Anyways, at flying up to quarter two, we'll have a joint display of a Avro Lancaster and Boeing B-17 Flying Fortress being flown by our very own resident ATC managers, Mr. Flyplanes and Atlas. And then finishes off for the hour, we have a L-39C from the Pink Jets, flown by Eduardo Bonze. That will round us out to the hour. Some very interesting stuff that we can expect in the next hour, ladies and gentlemen, so please make sure to stay tuned. We do also have a very lovely announcement. We also have got a little surprise for you, ladies and gentlemen, which we will announce sometime. We're going to keep it a bit secret until it gets a bit more closer.
Just a little bit.
Just,
I love
yeah,
secrets.
just a little bit. Yes, everyone loves secrets. Everyone loves them. So, a quick question for everyone that's currently watching: what is their favorite display thus far? Please write it down in the chat below.
I return for another batch of commentary.
Yes. I see someone likes the F-14. Yes, it looks like the F-14's getting some pretty big praise from the crowd here today. The Greeks as well seem to be getting some praise. Very nice. Very nice. So something from KLM and the Texans. So basically, everyone likes every single display thus far. That is good. Very good.
I gotta jump down there. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
I myself are currently enjoying a very nice pork pie from my local farm shop. Please make sure to support local businesses. It appears to be it's only me right here. It seems that everyone else has either walked off or is taking a break, so it's currently just me sitting here at this table at Linwood Tower.
No, don't worry. I am here, maybe in spirit.
Yeah, I've got Fly over here on the radio. Yes, it's a very nice tower, I have to say. Very nice, very luxurious, I have to say. Though we're currently sitting here at a foldable table with some deck chairs. Yeah, we tried to scrounge what we could last minute, but
the comfort of the charger that I'm in.
Yes,
But anyway, I might as well do a little bit of yapping while I'm here about the aircraft that we see at the moment. So, the aircraft we see at this very second is the French Navy, or the French Aeronavale, as they're called, F4U-7. Now, a little bit about how the French came to acquire the F4s. They desperately needed a carrier-borne aircraft for their newly acquired carriers from the US and Britain, which were, I'm going to butcher this so badly, but let's give it a go. La Romanche, Le Fayette, et Le Bois Beleux. That was probably the worst pronunciation ever, but oh well.
Do you want to hand over the sheet so I can have a look at it for you?
I've got it all up, but yeah, you can pull it. So the US decided to help out France by making the F4U-7, and essentially, the -7 was the AU-1 Corsair, and the F4U-4 joined in one. So it combined the engine of the -4 and the payload capacity of the AU-1. So this essentially allowed it to be more powerful and, well, carry heavier bombs. So during 3 months operating over Vietnam, including in support of the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, the Corsairs flew 959 combat sorties, which totaled roughly 1,335 flight hours. In those operations alone, they dropped 700 tons of bombs, 300 tons of rockets, and an estimated 70,000 20mm rounds on the old cannon. 6 aircraft were damaged and 2 were shot down by Vietnamese forces. So the
Yes.
14th and 15th flotilles also took part in the Anglo-French-Israeli seizure of the Suez Canal back in 1956. It was codenamed Operation Musketeer. Now, if you were here last year, you would have seen the aircraft was painted in a very, very noticeable yellow and black scheme. Today's aircraft isn't in that scheme, but that was the paint scheme that was given to Corsairs on this operation. They were essentially tasked with destroying Egyptian Navy ships at Alexandria, but the presence of a US Navy ship prevented the successful completion of the mission. On November the 3rd, 1916, sorry, on November the 3rd,
1916.
definitely not 1916. I'll
1960
try that again.
QE.
But
On the
Wright,
3rd of
the Wright
November,
brothers getting shot
nine-
down by a Corsair.
Yeah, cheers, guys, thanks. Right.
Uh,
I'll say one
As a-
thing wrong in this entire script.
As a very quick
Oh, dear.
side note, to the whoever dev made the first flight airport, they did a very good job. That is on. Carry on.
So, on the 3rd of November, 16 F4s attacked airfields in Delta, with 1 Corsair being shot down by anti-air fire, and 2 more Corsairs were damaged when landing back on the carriers. The Corsairs engaged in Operation Musketeer, dropped a total of 25 tons of bombs, fired more than 500 rockets, and even still in that one small operation alone managed to empty out 16,000 rounds of bullets. But the aircraft coming in inverted now from the right. That is very uncomfortable for the pilots to do.
Is it also
But-
safe to say that this F4 Corsair is probably the most famous naval aircraft of the United States Navy during World War II, and some even claim that it rivals the P-51 Mustang of the Air Force?
Atlas, I'm going to let you answer that, seeing as you're an
I
American.
would.
and I'm not.
Well, I am the only American up here. Yeah, I would say that it is definitely one of, if not the most famous naval aircraft of World War II. A very, very, very close second is the F-6F. The Wildcat, Hellcat variants, or the TBD Devastators, are dive bombers and torpedo bombers. Though the F-4U Corsair is definitely the most instantly recognizable with its bent wings. The reason it being bent down like that is so its absolutely massive propeller didn't hit the ground or the carrier deck when it tried to launch off the boats. Very, very big engine, very pretty sounding engine, something like that.
Yeah, of course, the F4s are fitted with that absolutely gorgeous Pratt & Whitney radial engine. And if you've ever heard a radial in real life, it is quite something.
It is somehow louder when I watch dedication passes. It is somehow louder than the F-18s. Don't ask me how that works.
Yes. So, Alice, why don't you, or Royston, someone tell us what we're going to be seeing between now and the break?
We just did.
We
Oh,
just did
we
that. You missed
have-
it.
We did.
Oh,
You weren't paying
we have.
attention.
Okay.
Everybody
great.
bully fly. He
We've
wasn't
also
paying attention.
We've also had an explosion on the ramp. Not quite sure how that's
I'm
happened.
sure that's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure that's fine. Oh my god, that is quite a big fire, isn't it?
If anybody here is allergic to fire,
Unlucky.
don't catch fire. I don't know.
Oh god, I think everyone's allergic to fire at Atlas. I think everyone is.
Maybe the F4 just decided to drop a bomb or something, and that's what happened. Who knows?
Whoopsies.
I don't
Yeah.
know. It might be a campfire gone wrong. I don't
Yeah,
know.
who knows? But anyway, last bit of history about this aircraft. So the French Corsairs of the 12th, 14th, 15th, and 17th flotilles conducted missions in the Algerian War between 1955 and 1962. So yeah, even in the 60s, they were still flying about. And between February and March of 58, several strikes and close air support missions were launched from the, oh god, another one I'm going to butcher, Bois Bleu. That was awful, sorry.
Please never try to speak French ever again.
No. The only carrier involved in the Algerian War, and the Corsairs were retired at the end of 1962, just after the end of that war, due to the arrival of new jet engined fighters like Crusaders or similar. So, what are you most looking forward to today in the rest of the program, Atlas?
Honestly, I am mostly looking forward to the F-22 demo later today, and we had a standby flyover get put up by the air boss. It is an E767 NAB2 Spirit flypast, as well as also WAG. WAG's always fun to watch.
I have to say, I'm personally the most famous to my fellow pilots over at the Wingman Air Group. I know some of them are watching here today in the crowd. They'll be finding a very lovely performance, I have to say, at the end of today's show. I feel like a politician speaking like this. All I need now is to be blonde and a really crap haircut.
And like 15 shades of fake tan or something.
Mhm.
Something similar. Now, I think my favourite thing for today is probably going to be from Carrier Air Wing 8, because I've seen a few of the liveries of the aircraft involved, and they look very nice, as they say.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. I'm sorry, I really am.
Why do you keep saying it? I don't
It's in,
understand the whole
because I
hype
opened
about
it,
it.
because
It's
I
just
opened
weird.
Instagram and it's in my head now. I need to find the lizard sound so I can just spam lizard.
The reason why is due to many. This is just a bit of meme knowledge for some of you. The reason why the Jet2 advertisement has been featured so much is due to the conduct that are used in Jet2 holidays causing trouble in many tourist destinations. It's now become more of a meme where they will play this audio from the Jet2 advertising with people causing problems on holidays.
Benidorm's finest, as they say.
Yes, definitely.
If you know anything about Benidorm, then unlucky.
The place of the TV series.
Oh no! Don't even mention that, man. It looks like we're gonna get a POV from our next display. So, okay, you might want to head over to the Airboss channel. That might be a wise idea. And here you go. Now, if you have been looking at the schedule for today, you may have noticed that we did have one slot that was unavailable or just not taken, shall we say. We have found a spare for that. We will be getting a lovely little flyby of a E767 and a B2 Spirit
Do you just not
bomber.
listen to a word I say? I already said that.
H. Well, I was in Airboss for a while, so
Oh, okay.
cry.
Oh, we can.
Oh, right, I forgot I turned off the soundboard up here. Oopsies. I was gonna. I uploaded the lizard sound
Yeah.
to the server.
Yeah, please never ever do
I am
that
a 4-year-old.
again. Thank you.
In case anyone
Yes,
is
you are.
wondering, I am a 4-year-old.
Yep, that is exactly correct.
Please note, for the record, I am 22.
Well, he claims that.
I have a college degree.
Oh, Christ.
Bodhi, your stream is currently a white screen. My eyeballs are in severe pain.
POV Discord
Yes, we do have lizard now.
Just try streaming the entire screen, maybe. I don't know, that might
Yeah.
work.
Just another interesting fact for the F4U Corsair. Like many aircraft seen here today, the F4U Corsair is no stranger to the silver screen. Most recently, F4U Corsairs was seen in the 2022 film Devotion, starring people. I need to get the actual cast listing here. Starring Jonathan Majors and Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell you might recognize as being Hangman from Tom Cruise's Top Gun Maverick. Definitely. The aircraft is also more famous in Disney as well, being the basis for the character Skipper in Disney's Planes from 2013.
I forgot about that movie.
Everyone did.
That was a solid movie.
Definitely. Yes.
Fun fact about that movie, real quick, while we've got the time to talk about it. The two F-18s that flew in one of them was voiced by, I believe, Iceman. Their helmets were also Goose and Iceman's helmets from the original Top Gun. Also, R.I.P. Val Kilmer.
Honestly, I thought it looked like a mix, like somewhat like between F-18 and F-14.
I believe they were just straight up Super Hornets.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bodhi's stream
we
is
have a
still light.
very distinctive sound of aircraft. Oh, and for the 0 people who cares, there is a special aircraft waiting for retirement at that way.
Did just double check. No, they were ever so slightly edited, but they're just F-18s. Like they're obviously like cartoonized, but they're just F-18s. With the incorrect.
Yeah. All comes into land, and we do have a working stream. Right.
Yes.
Very nicely done indeed from comms in the Corsair, as always.
Yes. Let's give a round of applause for the French and Naval Air Arm here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause, please.
Clap, 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 clap,
Anyways.
clap, clap,
Clap.
clap.
Okay. Good sentiments for the French there. Thank you very much. So, next up, as you'll be seeing, making its way onto the active runway, we'll have a display from a very interesting aircraft, I have to say. It is a Ace Combat aircraft, the Edifax 340X Relay.
I do believe this is our first fictional aircraft of the day.
I do believe it is, yes.
Now, Russ, I'm going to leave this one to you because I know absolutely sweet about Ace Combat. So
Same here.
yeah, good luck.
Thank you very much. Don't leave, no.
Well, no, because we've got to get ready for our demo.
Yeah, I see how it is.
So, over to you, I guess.
Well, I've just been left alone here. Once again, at the table here in Linwood Tower. Even now, listen, just to my voice now.
Before I leave, could somebody please make sure he doesn't eat my snacks? Thanks.
I'm not gonna eat snacks. You got fucking.
You said that last year.
That's just I've not already ate them.
You've got peanuts. I don't like peanuts.
It's goldfish. Don't eat my goldfish.
I haven't even tried goldfish. Also, why are you eating goldfish?
Because I'm 4.
We're literally only like an hour and a bit in, and then we're already losing our minds.
We always do.
Losing.
Come on, help us.
All right, Rosen, I will see you in a bit after our fly past. Best of luck. If you have questions, don't ask me.
Yeah, neither me. Bye.
Okay, folks. So it looks like it's just me now, as I've been doing. Hope everyone's enjoying the show thus far. It's been very good, I have to say. Very lovely displays. Sorry, it's just me right now here at the table inside Linwood Tower. It's only quite spacious, I have to say. I'm trying to figure some stuff to say until the relay finally gets into position. I'm currently having a look from my seat here. I'm looking over towards the ramp. I'm seeing some very interesting different aircraft on display today. Very nice to see. It looks like we are currently underway with our next performance. So the aircraft that you see here is a fictional aircraft designed by the team over at Project Aces, the people responsible for the Ace Combat series. This aircraft is known as the AFS-01, aka the Falcon. The Falcon was designed by the company Grunder Industries. Best way to describe it is basically their variant of the German company Messerschmitt, basically the big baddies, shall we say the least. This aircraft was designed to be the successor to the EDFX-01 and the EDFX-02, aka the Morgan, which you can also see in Aeronautica, in a little cheap variant. This aircraft, although believed to be a UAV, is an actually manned aircraft, featuring a full glass canopy. The aircraft by itself features two WWX-GD-425 engines, able to go of a top speed of just over Mach 2.2. There was only one of these aircraft ever built, a prototype which was lost in December of 1995. In the let's see what else. I do apologize for this. Like I said, I'm not really that much known with this aircraft made because it is, well, it's a fantasy aircraft. If anyone else has anything, please feel free to state if you would like. I don't think I can bring anyone up here into stage. They would trust me with the keys. Unfortunately, I haven't got the keys for this. Let's see what else we have about this relay. This aircraft in particular, for those which are interested, is what is known as a bed aircraft in Aeronautica. This aircraft was given as a prize plane for the Valentine's 2024 badge. Some controversy as well around this badge is due to the aircraft in question. The original aircraft was designed to be the Heart Aerospace AS-40, I believe that is the correct name. No, sorry, not the AS-40, the ES-30, which was designed to be a 4-engine hybrid. So it was designed to run on both jet fuel and electric turbines. However, we unfortunately did not receive that aircraft, and the relay was put in its place. The relay, being a bad aircraft, does go for quite a pretty penny on the market. And if you have any, please make sure to contact me immediately, because I want to get my hands on one. Oh, okay, new boards, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just getting some notes here from one of the members of the public. Let's see. Okay, they're telling me I'm lying. Good to know. Good to know. Let's see what else is there. So a bit of history on the Falcon aircraft. With the loss of the Morgan in December 1995, which we can see in Ace Combat Zero, the Balkan War, gunner industry decided to make a newer aircraft, which resulted in the ADF-01 Falcon. Roughly about 1998, they did have a working prototype, which was a unmanned aircraft. So this aircraft was also a UAV. The first aircraft first saw action in 1998 with the Scarface squadron of, let's see, of Uja. Very interesting. The aircraft, let's see, what else is there? Six. The blueprints for the ADFX-01 were offered up to the country of Yuktapania, which is their version of Russia. Yuktapania decided to take the plans and to manufacture model by early November 2010. The aircraft can be seen also in the most recent installment of Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown, which can be bought as DLC, which is what the aircraft is most famous for. Just some general opinion from the public who here loves the look of this aircraft. Okay, I'm seeing some mixed opinions from the general public. It appears to be people prefer the Morgan. I have to say I have to side with them on this, unfortunately. I do apologize, Falcon lovers. I do love myself a good Morgan. Not good morning, a Morgan. Right now, just trying to kill for time because I do not know anything else about this aircraft, unfortunately. I don't even know where the aircraft is. I've lost sight of it. Well, there it is. I do apologize. We were meant to have some music for this aircraft as well. However, no music was provided. We do apologize for that. Unfortunately, we've had, like I said, we have had some technical issues in regards to this aircraft and most of the air show in general. There was, unfortunately, during the flying yesterday, this aircraft did suffer some engine trouble. So I have been made aware that this aircraft is being fine to fly today. The aircraft, as you can see now, currently just touching down on the runway. Let's please give it a big round of applause for this relay. Yes, clap, please. Very good. Very good. So that was the AeroKosh 01 relay flown by Sokol TV, as I've just been told that's how you pronounce it. Next up, in roughly about 9 minutes, we shall have our next demonstration. He did land a bit early, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Again, I like to say we do like to thank the staff of Aeronautica for allowing us to host this event in a private server and also allowing us to break Mother Nature and cause it to be day all the time. We also like to thank the members of the Aeronautica ATC, both organize this event as well as controlling the airspace above it. For those of you which would like to, please feel free to go down into the AeroKosh channel of the ATC Discord and you have to be able to listen in to the ATC communications. We just please ask you to please remain silent. As we said before, this is an ATC controlled airspace. I want to try and keep the airshow flowing. As a general question for those of you in the audience, what is your favorite drink? I'm sure most of you have been a very, very hot day today. A lot of you have got something to drink. If everyone makes sure to please stay hydrated. I do believe there might be a food fan around somewhere that might be offering some beverages. Well, I'm having a look and check now. A lot of people seem to like this Sprite. I've just received a text message on the stream chat. Someone asked me, "Can I pronounce Souvlaki?" That's an interesting word, Souvlaki. Anyways, very good. And do not worry, folks. Sometime, maybe later on during the forums, we might be asking some of you, the members of the public, to come up and voice your opinions on today's air show. So please be respectful, as this is being streamed to the world. Just a bit of history in regards to Linwood. Linwood Joint Air Force Base, fun fact for everyone in law, is the home to Amazon Holdings, aka Amazon. This airbase is also home to the famed Wingman Air Group, which we'll be seeing later on in today's program. I myself am fortunate to be flying with them and host a very large variety of different and unique aircraft, ranging from the famed XR-75 Dark Star to even the largest aircraft such as the ES-51 Susanoo, a very interesting aircraft to say the least. As you can tell, it's very quiet up here today in the Linwood Tower. Most people are just doing their own thing. I'm just sitting here again at my low foldable desk. Nothing really much. Got myself some drinks and drinks. Atlas is over there with his goldfish snacks. Just the general question for general public: should I try his goldfish snacks? They look very interesting, and I might take a bite of one. I'm seeing some people saying they want me to try the goldfish snack. I will attempt to try goldfish. So just make sure to not tell anyone. I'll be able to secret.
Yeah, I'm just here to put music on, so just ignore me. Goodbye.
Actually, there's some very lovely music being played. Ladies and gentlemen, if you were to look from behind the mountain behind, you'll be able to see our next demo team currently coming overhead. Please make sure to cover your ears as they won't be making quite a sound. I'd like to introduce to you the Avro Lancaster and Boeing B-17, flown by our very own Fly Planes and Atlas. Very lovely flyby, I have to say there. The aircraft currently leading formation is a Boeing B-17, aka the Flying Fortress. This was one of America's mainstay continental bombers during the Second World War, with over 12,500 of the type being built. This aircraft was fielded mainly by the United States Army Air Force alongside the British Royal Air Force. This aircraft first saw its introduction all the way back in 1938 and was manufactured by the most famous company Boeing in 1936. This aircraft was originally intended to be a replacement for all the hodgepodge of different bombers that the American Army was fielding. The airframe had several different variants ranging from the prototypes of the YB-17 all the way up to the BL-17G, with the most newest variant having over 8,680 airframes. This aircraft fielded a very wide variety of duties such as maritime reconnaissance, daylight bombing, and if I do believe as well, transport and reconnaissance. I'm unsure of what the B-17, the one that's flying today specifically, because I've not been handed anything. The aircraft behind it, though, I do have some stuff to say about that aircraft. The aircraft behind it is the Avro Lancaster, probably one of Britain's famous bombers during the Second World War. This aircraft fielded over 7,300 airframes, started in 1942. The aircraft was designed for nighttime bombing operations, while the US Air Force bombed from day, the Royal Air Force bombed by night. This aircraft featured very lovely 4 Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, the same ones fielded on the Royal Air Force's Spitfire. The aircraft we see specifically flying today is Avro Lancaster, registration PA474. This aircraft is, I believe, the last Avro Lancaster currently flying over the skies of Britain today, and belongs to the Royal Air Force's Battle of Britain Memorial Flights based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. The aircraft first started service in 1945 and was retired all the way back in 1964, as it came under control of the Air Historical Branch and was displayed at the RAF Museum.
Now, I hate
However,
to butt in here, but I've been asked by Atlas to remind you that his aircraft is a B-29.
it's a B-29. I was told it's a B-17. I do apologise for that. I do apologise for that, ladies and gentlemen. I was made aware that it was a B-17 according to the schedule. And again, unfortunately, I cannot see these aircraft. Anyway, back onto the Avro Lancaster. The Avro Lancaster was transferred to the Battle of Britain flight in 1973 after being restored to flying condition at RAF Waddington. This aircraft, however, has suffered its fair shares of incidents. In 2015, the aircraft sustained a fire in its outer starboard engine, however, was able to land safely at RAF Coningsby. The aircraft has since gone under restoration on the Aircraft Restoration Company based at Duxford Airfield, the famous airbase home to the Imperial War Museum, which myself I have visited. I've also have the honour of seeing this specific Lancaster flight as a part of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Now, I do apologise for talking about the B-17, ladies and gentlemen. It was said it was a B-17 on the schedule, so I'll get some information about the B-29. B-29 was designed to be the successor of the B-17, being nicknamed the Super Fortress. Very quite interesting name. The B-17 B-29 are almost completely different in nature from the design, which only really having the engines as in similarity. The aircraft was first manufactured in 1943 and was introduced in 1944. Although many consider this to be a late war aircraft, the aircraft, like I said, first saw its first flight all the way back in 1942. Almost 4,000 of these airframes were manufactured, and the aircraft is most famous for dropping the first ever nuclear atomic bomb, where in I believe it was in July of 1945, the aircraft known as the Enola Gay dropped the first ever atomic bomb on the city of Hiroshima in Japan. The aircraft also has a claim to fame for having automated gun turrets, where rather than having the gunner sit next to the gun, they were operating remotely, which I have to say is quite interesting. These aircraft also saw service over North and South Korea during the Korean War. These aircraft fought against the venerable MiG-15s during bombing campaigns. These aircraft stayed in service with the United States Army all the way up until 1960. Another fun fact for those, the B-79 also saw service with the Royal Air Force as the B-1 Washington. Bet not all of you know that one. I do like to ask, how is everyone enjoying the flights today? I have to say, it's quite lovely to see these two World War II warbirds currently flying over our heads. And also, we'd just like to thank those that are keeping these warbirds maintained and allowing them to fly at air shows all across the globe. I do apologize for the lack of talk, and like I said, it is just me in here, and I'm trying to find some stuff to say. I have to say, I'm currently looking into the chats as well. I see some absolutely lovely shots of both the B-29 and the Avro Lancaster. Some very lovely shots, I do have to say. As one person quotes it, it is simply lovely. So again, just another reminder for those, we are currently halfway through the second hour of AeroKosh 2025. So, coming up in roughly about 13 minutes, we shall be seeing the L-39C Albatross from the Ink Jets flying. That'll bring us up to the hour. And we shall also be having, like I said previously, something very special for you sometime. I do believe it's sometime. Unfortunately, I've lost the time in because, like I said, the timesheet's all over the place today. Also, we have not had any screw ups, which is something quite nice to see. Usually, we're falling to disarray at this rate. I have to say, these goldfish that Atlas left are very quite nice. I have to say, very nice, biscuits. Just make sure no one tells them. Okay, they'll be secret between us. Yes, don't worry, you can't hear us. And again, I'm looking over to the viewing stands. I'm seeing quite a lovely array of aircraft as well on the tarmac today. I am seeing, let's see, what do we see here? I am seeing a B-52. We'd love to see the F-14. Oh, hang on, the F-14 has just disappeared. Let's see what else I'm seeing. I'm seeing quite a couple of Boeing 747s, a very fan favorite, I have to say, amongst the aeronautic community. I'm also seeing a Bozo plane, another, I'm seeing two Bozo planes, another famous badge aircraft. I don't believe we'll be seeing one flying today, but maybe tomorrow we might see one. Who knows? And I'm also seeing, obviously, our very own photographers. Some of them probably quite famous, I have to say. Mr. Konzan on the far left. Give us a wave, Mr. Cons. I see you over there. Hello. Probably one of the most famous photographers, I have to say, in Aeronautica. Takes some quite lovely photos. I'm looking right now. There appears to be a car on the runway. I'm unsure why there's a car on the runway. I do believe that the local ground crews were going to investigate that car on the runway. We now see the B-29 now coming in from runway 33. And let's see, where is our Lancaster friend? Where is the Lancaster? I've lost sight on the Lancaster. I do apologise. Oh, look at that low fly past those gem. Listen to those engines roar. Ooh, that's very that'll say engine sounds and make yourself shiver. Ooh. I'm still clearly losing it. Oh, hang on, looks like it looks like the Lancaster has suffered some engine trouble. I'm just receiving word now from the Airbus. Hopefully we should get a bit of an update in regards to the Lancaster sometime soon. So I do apologise for that, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we were not expecting this air show to go smoothly, but we are still holding up thus far. Oh, hang on. Oh yes, we now fortunately I've just been aware we've been able to actually make contact with the B-29 with our fellow commentator Atlas. How's the flight up there, Atlas?
It was phenomenal. Had a little bit of pyro there at the end. Otherwise, we're bringing her back to Fiskar.
Very well. That was the Avro Lancaster B-29. Please give him a round of applause.
Clap. Clap.
Not you. The other people. You're flying. Why are you clapping? I'm a bit concerned.
It's fine. We had some last minute coordination there from the BMW on the runway that turned into some pyrotechnics. It worked out well.
Interesting.
Right, TLDR, don't get talk. Internet, simple as.
Yeah, so we just received word that appears to be that the problem could be Tortoise responsible for the engine fault on the Lancaster. Well, we do apologise for that, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we shall rectify that problem.
In theory, our next performance should be in the Airbus VC. Happy days. And they're on the taxi, even better.
Yes, as you should be able to see, ladies and gentlemen, coming across the taxi, you'll be able to see our next aircraft on the docket, the L-39C Albatross, flying a very interesting pink livery. Not every day that you see a pink aircraft.
As Albino has said in the game chat, Girly Pop L39, my beloved, and system says slay Pink Jet. I agree.
Yes, slay. Pink Panther, slay.
What on earth has your life come to?
Well, it's nice to see you two. Yeah, let's see you two currently back here at the foldable table here inside Linwood Tower.
Can I have my snacks back?
It was a bit lonely. As you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, taking off currently from 103 once again is the L-39C Albatross. This aircraft is very obscure. I do have to say. This aircraft was designed in the Czech Republic, of all places, or as many people like to know it as Czechoslovakia, Chechnya, all the different. No, not Chechnya. Sorry, that's a different place. I do apologize. Yeah, Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic. It goes by many different names. The aircraft was first manufactured all the way back in 1971, with almost 3,000 of the type being built. This aircraft has seen service with the Czechoslovak Air Force, alongside Ukraine, Libya, Syria, and the Soviet Air Force. This aircraft was designed to be a ground attack. It was designed to be a jet trainer aircraft, but was also used in a ground attack role, similar to Britain's Hawk, BAE Hawk, as you may know it from the Red Arrows. The aircraft has also many different variants. The one that we see flying today is the L-39C, or I'm going to butcher this name, Zvigna. Zvigna? I believe that's how you pronounce it. I do apologize if I butchered that.
Zvigna? Close enough.
I think it's Zvigna. It has some weird italics and such in it, but yes, Zvigna, which was the standard trainer aircraft for the Soviet Union, which was also exported to the places like Syria. The aircraft had two pylons on the wing, which was typically designed for either fuel tanks or very small bombs. The aircraft is still in service today. I believe it is still in service in Ukraine, currently fighting on the front lines. A fun fact for all those here, you'll be able to buy yourself an L-39 for the low price of $20 million US.
Yeah, I saw one on sale at Oshkosh for only 17 million.
So yeah, if any of you've got $20 million lying around, you might be able to afford yourself one L-39 Albatross.
I have seen somebody flying in the back of them. They look very, very fun. I kind of want one. For any of those aspiring airline pilots in here, you can log jet turbine time in these things, as obviously they are a jet turbine.
You mean turbine, not turbine.
No, I mean turbine.
That's a headpiece.
I hate it here. Sorry, turbine time.
Yeah, yes, turbine. Also, we don't want to say turbine. People might get offended. Anyways, some quick facts about the L-39. The L-39 saw action in places like Georgia, Afghanistan, Chechnya, Iraq. The aircraft has seen some civilian owners. Interestingly enough, fun fact, over 255 of these L-39s were registered with the US FAA. So yes, you might be able to even see these flying over the skies of the United States. It seems to be that the Soviet Union, if they can't fly them themselves, they're going to get the US public to do so anyways.
I believe a lot of them flew as Red Air during the Cold War when we stole them.
Yes, we sold them.
We stole a lot of them. We stole a lot of things from the Russians.
Ah yes, I've just been handed a bit more information about these. Another fun fact, these L-39s are also used in various display teams as well, such as the United States Patriots jet team, the Black Diamond, the Latvian Baltic Bees, the France Breitling jet team, and I believe that's it. I can't
That's all
see.
I can think of.
Yeah, that's that. I'm not seeing any others. And again, once again, you'll be able to fly this aircraft in War Thunder, which is not the sponsor of today's air show.
Oh,
How
we
you
didn't
like
get
that
the
idea?
sponsorship?
No, we didn't. We told guys to fuck off.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, guys, why would we take a sponsorship?
We're sponsored by Nintendogs, though, I think, or something like that.
That's why they can knock down. Cool sponsor.
What else?
We've been sponsored by.
Oh no, somebody reminded us that the sponsor of today's show is Atlas's tap water.
Oh yes, Atlas. Yes.
That being
Atlas is
said,
very fresh tap water.
this is everyone's reminder to drink water instead of
Hydrate.
straight.
Yes, make sure to stay hydrated.
For being such a commonly found aircraft, I will say though, the L-39 is pretty.
Yeah, I have to say, if I wasn't aware that it was a Soviet aircraft, I thought it was some sort of Eastern European design.
Wasn't it Czech Republic? Or sorry, the Czech People's Republic.
Oh yeah. I mean Western
I mean,
design,
Eastern.
but like it's
Yeah, I know
it's
what
like a Western design. I do believe as well, for all you gamers out there, you can also fly this in armor-free, a part of the vanilla base game. I
Really?
believe it is.
I
Yes,
guess.
I do. I do believe it is flown by the famed Republic of Altis with the armor-free Jets DLC.
God, I have so many mods. I don't know what's vanilla and what's not anymore. I was gonna look something up regarding the L-39. All right, that's what I was gonna look up.
You know you need help there.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay. I would say, ladies and gentlemen, we are running a bit ahead of schedule, but that is absolutely fine. Typically with these air shows, we might be a bit late. I do remember one air show we were late by 20 minutes on the first performance because of a certain display team we shall not name for legal purposes.
Ah, that's right. The other demo team that the L-39 flies in a part of is the Polaris program. You may remember, or you may note that name, as they are the only United States airworthy MiG-29 demonstration aircraft. And seeing that thing flying over Oshkosh was a treat.
Wait, MiG-29?
Yeah, we have one. It's civilian.
I was about to say, this is the L-39, that's not a MiG.
Oh no, I know. It flies, the L-39 flies with it. It's
Oh,
Alpha Jet's L-39s in a MiG.
oh, interesting.
They also train a lot of astronauts in these aircraft.
Some interesting facts for you there. I have to say, also we've currently got the stream here inside the tower of the camera on top of the hill looking over Linwood, and I have to say it is quite a lovely view looking at that feed. Feels like we're in the Olympics.
It does. That's a steep climb.
I do believe the aircraft is stalling.
That's a stall, alright. What a
Oh, no,
recovery.
it's recovery. Oh. So we're currently 10 to the hour, so we're coming up to the end of the second hour of AeroKosh Day 1. So Alice, what can we expect for the third hour of
The,
AeroKosh 2025 Day 1? What can we expect?
the third hour. Let's see here. Top of the hour, we start with our own Lone Wolf's Warbird Thunder and a T6 Texan. He is in the air behind the crowds, behind the mountain now. During our mid-program break, you can either you can enjoy an interview with our very own community ambassador, Totally Play, also known as iThef, a good friend of mine, and very important for us here in ATC. We have a surprise flyby. I literally have no idea what it is. I have no idea what it is at all.
Yeah, we don't know what
And
it is.
finally, a demo team, or the F-22 demo team. That brings us into hour number 3.
Now, I am going to just interrupt you here because our next aircraft is on the run in, and I've actually got a script to read off of here. So you're going to
Yes.
have at least a minute of Atlas being quiet. It's like unheard of.
Yes,
Ouch!
yeah, very interesting, very interesting.
Now, ladies and gents, if you direct your attention to the virtual skies, the virtual Warbird Thunder is coming in hot with the unmistakable roar of the classic T6. Now, today's star is a meticulously recreated North American T6, or affectionately nicknamed the Old Growler, flying in a solo display in a digital salute to history of aviation. Now, originally built as an advanced trainer, the T6 Texan trained over 130,000 pilots across the US, Canada, Britain, and beyond during the Second World War and the Korean War. As plenty of T6 pilots say, it's an easy aircraft to fly, but a hard aircraft to master. But if I do say so myself, Kyle's doing a relatively decent job so far. Totally not jinxing it. So, with its powerful 600 horsepower Pratt & Whitney R1340 radial engine, the T6 can reach speeds of over 200 miles an hour and perform nearly every maneuver a fighter pilot at a time when needed in combat. Brilliant tune selection, I do say so myself. Now, watch as Kyle brings the aircraft up into a classic loop. The smoke comes on, and the signature move that pretty much every single aerobatic pilot needs to master before they can move on to anything else. Because quite frankly, if you can't get a loop right, then well, what are you playing at? So, Old Growler is more than a warbird. She's a living symbol of the thousands of pilots who learnt to fly, fight, and survive in her cockpit. I do say so myself. That is a very, very nice livery on the aircraft. But even though this performance is a virtual demo, and unfortunately there's no in-person charm and very distinctive chest-thumping radial engine sound. Every maneuver that you see today reflects the same pride and passion of the Warbird Thunder team, um, which this demo is based off. And of course, they bring that to every real-life show that they attend across the United States. So, additionally, though this performance is virtual, it's very real in purpose, and that is where you, yes, you, the spectators, will come in handy. The virtual Warbird Thunder team is looking for new pilots, performers, and flight sim enthusiasts who are ready to play a meaningful role in keeping the historic aircraft and its story alive for new audiences worldwide. Why not join us? Not just to fly, but to preserve, perform, and honour the legacy of the T6 Texan, one show at a time. If you're interested in taking part, please reach out to Kyle on Discord. Yeah, that's the same Kyle from Killer Bee. And you can also create a ticket in Killer Bee's Aerobatics Discord server. Let's give one last salute to the flying classroom turned crowd favourite. This is the T6 with the photo pass. I suppose I ought to tell you a little bit about T6 that you see today. Obviously, it's not the modern T6 that is in use for military training for obvious reasons. But the original North American T6 was operated by far too many nations. To name a few, the United States, UK, Turkey, Switzerland, Sweden, Spain, South Africa, Portugal, Norway, just to name a few. There's hundreds of airons. If you do want to have a look at everyone who has operated the T6, do go ahead and check the Wikipedia, because I can't be bothered to read through all of them. Has been cleared to land now. He's going to bring the aircraft back in for a full stop on runway 33. This will be your last chance to get some photos of the aircraft airborne. So do make sure you get your cameras on him. He'll laugh if he stalls out on landing. Yeah, ladies and gents, I think that is very much in order of a very, very nice round of applause. Nicely done, as always, from Kyle. You will be able to see him in Static Park. He might be here for a little bit in the Warbird Alley area of the static display. So if you do want to go over, say hi, please do. But that is it in terms of the first half of today's show. And we will be on a break for the next 15 or so minutes.
I'll take that break for now, yes.
As a reminder, this break will be filled not by air show demonstrations, but by a lovely interview from our lovely community ambassador.
Yeah, so we just
we'll
want to
get him
give we'll just be giving our episode a little bit of a break. Just try to get them a bit recuperate. Currently halfway through our day one of AeroKosh 2025. Let's also give a bit of, like I said, again, big round of applause to the old Growler, the T6 Texan that just flew for us, as well as the Pink Jet that flew previously. We didn't get to give a bit of official applause, so let's give them both a big round of applause. For you, mean? Yes, clap straight a bit. Yes, clap. On a string for a bit there. Yeah, we have a little bit of a quick break between that up with the interview, as Rusi stated, just to give us a bit of a respite before we have the next demonstration. Take this, guys. So please take this time to grab some drinks, maybe something to nibble on, recheck your cameras. We should be back on track at roughly about past. Fingers crossed. Because we are running a bit ahead of schedule today, ladies and gentlemen. We are quite a bit ahead. We're ahead by roughly about 10 minutes, roughly. So we are quite fortunate that we've been able to do this quite so well. Yeah, so hopefully we should be able to get the community ambassador in here in just a little bit. We also will be taking some questions from the public as well. If you want to ask something to the community ambassador, also please be sensible. We're trying to keep this family friendly, even though I've said the word "the fuck" so many times already. So we're definitely not getting monetized.
Family being our family, not yours.
Yes, our family. Yes. Everyone else in Scotland, if you could say "the fuck" by the age of 10, you're one of the chosen ones.
That was the best Scottish accent I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, I can't do Scottish. I don't know why, but for some reason, if I say certain words, I have to say it in an accent like I'm brew. I can't say I'm brew without saying Scottish, and I can't say the word potato. Potato, like an I don't know, I'm Scottish, and my Irish is they're a bit intertwined. You see, they're a bit intertwined. I don't know. I can't hold down accents sometimes. So again, just a bit of introduction in general public. How is everyone enjoying the show so far? We're currently halfway through today's events. Hope everyone's enjoying it. Hope everyone's having a good time. There's no crying children because they dropped their ice cream.
I was sobbing there earlier today, but it was for a reason.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm just going to have a look to the left of the tarmac, and it appears to be that the British Army has arrived. I have eyes on what appears to be a Chandler tank, just coming up alongside one of the gates. You should be able to, I don't know if you'll be able to see it from the crowd, but you should be able to see it at the other terminal on the far side of the airport if we try to get a camera on that if all possible. Try to get a camera on that Chandler tank at the other terminal. Okay, apparently there's a second tank. There's an Airborne A40 on the runway. I'll talk about the Challenger tank that is currently driving.
Mr. President has been a second tank.
Yes, the president is a second tank. Okay. I mean, it kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. Oh, hang on, hang on. There's 3 tanks now on the runway. There are 3 tanks.
I do believe we can switch over to our interview now. We've got the time for it.
Yes, I do believe we have. So, ladies
I'll
and
bring
gentlemen,
him. I'll shoot him an invite up to the stage whenever he decides to pop up. We can start it.
yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for the boss of Aeronautica ATC, Community Ambassador, Mr. Totally Plays 111.
Howdy.
Good evening. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good something.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, that was the interview.
Yes.
That's the interview.
Well,
Go away.
Really.
Now we have some questions for you that I'll start with here. The first question that we are going to ask is, how did you become ATC's community ambassador?
Well, I started back in the old server as an instructor for Oconia, and that's basically where I've stayed with the FAA all this time. But at the advent of this server, I was one of the kind of main moderators / rebuilders of the server, and eventually, when the old community ambassador King Goose decided that he just didn't have the time to be the community ambassador anymore, he essentially asked me if I wanted to take interim power for the community ambassador, and then when he decided that he won't have the time, even later down the line, he just fully resigned, and we held a vote, and that I became the community ambassador. So.
Okay, very interesting. Yeah, just another question. So you've been here at Aeronautica ATC for quite a long time, clearly years. What has basically just convinced you to stay for so long that's led you to becoming this community ambassador?
I mean, just the community is amazing. I mean, it really is. I love the mix of kind of realistic ATC with the more casual, and it's just it's such an accessible way to do air traffic control, through a readily accessible game that anybody can join. You know, our training staff is very good, and if you're willing to learn and you're willing to put in the time to train, it's it feels a lot better when you actually get that certification, and you can go do your air traffic control. And I just love I love that mix of the feeling of this is real, like we're doing mostly real procedures, while at the same time being a very accessible and open community for pilots.
Okay. Okay.
Our next question we've got for you is, what do you enjoy most about being here, about ATC?
I really like seeing new pilots and new controllers around. Like I say, the community is super accessible, and I love when, I love when a new pilot, comes into the community and they're not super sure at first, and they get more confident over time, and I love seeing new people get introduced to aviation and air traffic control through the community, and I think it's really great.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. So we've clearly established that you are the community ambassador. So we're assuming that you host community events as well, correct?
Occasionally, yeah.
Yeah. So like, what actually goes into like planning one of these community events? Like, what?
Um,
Can you talk us through like your process?
Yeah, I mean, luckily, there's not a whole lot that goes into planning them just because our amazing staff with the events department and even, operations helps out and moderation and just everybody. They're so amazing and they do such great work that, the actual managerial duties are kind of left to them almost. And it is it's a very nice being able to know that I can rely on everybody and that they'll put on some great events even when I'm not able to. But in terms of the actual planning of an event, to be honest, most of it comes from being in a voice channel or something and basically going, that would be a neat event, and then going and doing it. Um, yeah, and obviously the planning kind of varies event to event. But for example, like the 24-hour event or one of the April Fools events, something like that. It's mostly just we decided to do it, and so we did. And there's not a lot of planning that goes into those. With AeroKosh, I wasn't super involved in the planning of it. It was mostly Flight Planes and Atlas that host AeroKosh. But for the other events, yeah, it's mostly just a spur of the moment for most of the time.
Okay.
Going on from events, you've been here a while. You've seen all of our events. What's been your favorite event?
In terms of controlling, I really really enjoyed the last 24-hour event that we did. Because I was Clarence Tower. I got to be the new Clarence Tower. I think it was new Clarence Tower. Was it?
For which one?
For the 24-hour. Whatever. I
It
was
was New
Clarence
Clarence.
Yeah, I was Clarence Tower, and that was really really fun because I love being tower controller. But you don't get a ton of traffic as a tower controller, so having basically Oconee Center over top of Clarence Tower for a full like 6 hours or 8 hours or however long I controlled was really awesome. So from a controller, like from me controlling perspective, that was like probably my favorite event we've done. But from like a community events perspective, I know that I mentioned the 24-hour or sorry, the April Fools events. Um, Specifically the one where we swapped everybody's FIRs and the FAA people went to CAA and like all this kind of stuff. It was super fun to flip everything on its head and just kind of have fun with some people while being somewhat realistic. It was a great time.
Okay.
No.
We just want to throw a bit of a curveball at you. Just a random question. So you do host community events. Now, a lot of people do like to ask, like, how do you choose like what rewards are given at community events? Like sometimes it could be just a small amount of WP going all the way up to like the likes of an XR75 Darks. Like what actually how do you choose these rewards?
See, I don't really handle that. So yeah, I think that that's more of a question for floodplains because most of the time I don't. I handle some of the event stuff obviously, but most of it is really delegated to the event staff. So
Okay. Okay.
Right, I'm sorry, I do have to butt in here. I've just actually seen a flying human.
sorry.
Yeah, there is a flying human.
Okay, that's interesting. But anyways, that is that was all the questions that we have. We do like to thank you very much for coming up here in Linwood Tower today just to answer some of these questions. And as a thank you, you shall be receiving one free sticker sheet of AeroKosh 2025 stickers. You yourself in the audience can also get your hands up one at any nearby merchandise stand that can be found all around the spectator area. They cost only 5 WP. Very good price, I have to say. Very good price for some AeroKosh 2025 official stickers.
We will also accept your firstborn
That
as
too.
payment.
Or
Yes,
your
we like-
leather.
Yes, we like. Thank you very
We've
much
got
for
some time to
I-
kill here. Do we want to delegate a couple of questions to the audience for
Oh
our
yes,
community
oh
ambassador?
yes, I forgot. For those of you currently watching on either the stream or in the audience, if anyone's got any questions they would like to ask Mr. Toti Players over here, please feel free to do so. We'll try our best to answer as many as possible.
Or you can honestly just raise your hands. We can bring you up here for a question.
Oh yes, a question for Phoenix. Are other ground crew vehicles allowed? Oh wait, that's not for him. Sorry. Oh, it looks like we have a question from Mr. Twix, our fellow Samsung operator. Mr. Twix, what is your question?
Hello.
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 Is that your question? Yes, we can hear you.
No,
the
sorry.
The radio's working fine. Don't worry.
Brilliant. Yeah, listen, mate. First of all, huge thanks to all the work you've been doing over the past couple of months. I know you've been working hard behind the scenes. My question is, how do you think the server will grow, and what plans do you have for the future, if you can share?
Well, I think that I think that eventually we definitely want closer communication with the main Arrow server. I know that we have recently kind of gotten the ability to what do you call it, to move around and fix like the in-game waypoints and all that kind of stuff. So that's definitely kind of a step in the right direction. But I think that closer communication and closer ties with the main Aeronautica server is generally a good thing, while still maintaining kind of the autonomy of our server. Just because we there's only one Aeronautica game, and we don't have a great deal of control over it, if really any, and just being able to do some really interesting things inside of the game will obviously take some closer communication with them. So, but in other kind of other than the main Aeronautica game, just kind of community outreach through like social media and stuff like that. I know that we've got the media team, that is trying to get things started, and obviously with the streaming for AeroKosh and all that kind of stuff, it's obviously that obviously helps. But I think that just letting people know that, hey, we're here, and if you want some like a casual but still somewhat realistic, I say, as there's a Challenger tank flying around in the background. If you wanna like casual but somewhat realistic ATC experience, come try our community out. But yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you very
That's
much,
great,
fans,
thank
for
you.
that question, Mr. Twix. Is there any other questions from the general public for?
Just first, a general broadcast message to everyone in the air: don't get on the ground, because we're going to be getting underway soon-ish.
Very well. Very well. Yeah. So, is there any other questions for the general public for Mr. Totally Play from anyone?
I think that I have one that I could ask that I have heard a couple people ask, just around.
Okay.
With changes to how the server works, can you just kind of walk us through like how we go about changing rules, regulations, SOPs, things of that nature in the server?
Yeah, so essentially we have the main way that kind of things are discussed and changed in the server is we have a monthly staff meeting, and that basically involves all of the staff, including any probationary staff that we have, and essentially they're open houses to all of the staff to kind of throw their ideas out there and have their voice be heard. if your suggestion is really liked, then what do you call it? It can go into the process of becoming some SOP amendment, and then at that point it would have to generally, well, I don't think there's ever been a case where an amendment has been thought of, written up, and proposed in the same meeting. So generally, you have to wait till the next monthly staff meeting to actually propose an amendment to the SOP. But then once the amendment is proposed, all it takes is a 2/3 majority of voting staff. So that does not include probationary staff, but it is a 2/3 majority of voting staff to change the SOP, and that is the basic process on how kind of rules are changed, at least at the highest level. In the departments, like events, operations, moderation, most of those are almost entirely up to the discretion of the directors. But the directors obviously work very closely with their staffs to make sure that that rule changes are, equitable for everyone and actually good for the community. So.
And I have one more. It's general community question. I know written around here is the concept of a town hall, like that open kind of to the public discussion. Do we have any plans of making that anytime soon?
Yeah, kind of got that started in early this year. And then it just kind of fell apart because of school finals and all that kind of stuff. But hopefully we can get those restarted. And I don't remember what do you call it? I don't remember exactly how the first one went, but I have a positive memory of it at least. So I think that it at least went well. Um, so yeah, I think that's definitely something that we probably want to get started again.
Okay, so that is all the time that we have for this interview. Again, so thank you very much for coming up here to the tower today and answering some questions, Mr. Totally Plays.
Yeah.
Again, you shall be receiving a free AeroKosh 2025 sticker sheet featuring
Save me
some very
25
lovely
WP.
yes,
Right,
for 5 WP.
just a general message. I'm gonna start naming names now, seeing as I have already asked. November 5/7, Patmu 13. Can you please return to the ramp?
If you
And
don't want the
the
embarrassment of getting
challenge
shot out of the
is
sky and losing the money, land your aircraft now.
Juliet Alpha 8588. Move out of the way of the tank. I know you're in a tank, but shift over to the ramp. As well as November 28 India Tango. Thank you.
But again, so we should be getting underway in roughly about 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologise for the elongated break. We just want to try and get on schedule. As we said, we are quite early in our schedule, so just trying to get a bit back on track. We do like to thank everyone for staying thus far through the break. Hope everyone's got themselves hydrated. Hope everyone's got some snacks, and we should be resuming shortly.
I am going to just butt in here. Our next display item is on the run in. They're about 2 minutes out. So
okay. Another general announcement for anyone in video game news. If all of you fellow managed democracy protectors out there, in only 3 days, that is right, 3 days, Xbox will come onto the fight for Super Earth and manage democracy. So
This was a very surprising ad for Helldivers. Was not expecting that.
yes, so make sure to look out for OS 26 for more managed democracy.
Right, the airspace is now returning to airshow conflict, so anyone airborne now will just get shot down.
Yeah. Also, Atlas fly 8-year golf, 8-year golfish, by the way.
Yeah, that's fine.
But now running in from the left, a very, very rare and cool thing to see. I'm just gonna let you listen to the noise of this as it comes past.
To whoever had the stream up on Discord, it is no longer up. So
Oh, and funnily enough, there's been a bomb dropped. Who would have thought? So,
Ooh.
yeah, this is one of the first pyrotechnic displays of the day. Maybe the only. I don't know. We shall
There
see.
was one before. The B-29 had one.
Was there? Yeah, there you go. Was that when my internet was committing death?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Grand. Woohoo! So, yeah, if you couldn't tell, that was a free ship pass of the E3 Sentry, the B2 Spirit Bombers, and there was two of them, if you can't see on your map. Now, Atlas, seeing as you're like American, why don't you tell us a little bit about the B2s?
I can pull up some stats. As an American and from living in Missouri at the moment, where all of the B-2s are based out here in Whiteman Air Force Base in, believe it or not, Whiteman, Missouri. Yeah, shocking. I'm aware. The B-2, we have built 21 of them, and I only believe we've lost 2 of them. I think something like that. 19 left, I believe. We will operate the B-2 Spirit until 2032, when the new B-21 Raider will take its place. These aircraft cost approximately $2.13 billion to build. With inflation, that's about $4.17 billion now, which is an insane amount of money. This aircraft costs the U.S. military at least $1 million each a year in just maintenance. But it is the best stealth bomber ever built. Crewed by 2, they can have a wingspan of 69 feet. That's 21 meters for people who don't know freedom units. That's a length, I apologize, of 69 feet with a wingspan of 172 feet. Sits 17 feet off the ground with a max takeoff weight of 376,000 pounds. Powered by 4 GE F118 non-afterburning turbofans. Puts out 17,300 pounds of thrust each engine. These aircraft unclassified can hit 550 knots. That's Mach 0.5 at sea level, and they can hit that at 40,000 feet unclassified, with a cruise speed of 560 miles an hour, 487 knots, at 40,000 feet, again unclassified, with an unclass range of 6,000 nautical miles, surface ceiling of 50,000 feet, and a thrust-to-weight ratio of 0.2. All of these aircraft, each individual one, has a name. Most of them are named for the states. In general, we have the Spirit of Pennsylvania, Louisiana, a couple more. The ones that are not state named are the Spirit of Kitty Hawk and the Spirit of America. Both of those are active, and they all have their own names. The only two that we don't have, the only two that we have lost the Spirit of Washington in February of 2010, and the Spirit of Kansas, and I believe also the Spirit of Georgia. But I believe Georgia is being repaired, and I want to say we lost Hawaii too, but I can't remember. Some really pretty photos. Obviously, if you scatter them around, this aircraft is just gorgeous. The U.S. military is the only one to operate it. Well, it will be the only ones to ever operate it, and they are all operated by the Missouri Air National Guard. So if you want to fly a B-2 Spirit, you got to live in Missouri, which kind of sucks.
I'm currently seeing on the ground right now. I'm seeing it. It looks like we've had some. It looks like the Soviet Union's turn. We've got 2 very bad A-40 tanks. Everyone, but boo the Soviets, the big bad Soviets. Boo. Ooh,
I
that
can
looks
give a little bit about the E3 Century we have as well. The E3s are operated pretty much around the world, primarily the U.S. and NATO allies. These
Now,
aircraft,
to butt in,
yeah,
going back to the Soviet tanks on the ground, You may want to direct your attention to them any
Yeah, I'm
second.
looking right now. It looks like the B2s are currently going for bombing one of these evil Soviet tanks. Oh, very evil.
Ooh, Russia.
Ooh,
Ooh,
ooh, bad economy. Ooh.
ooh.
Bomb bay doors are open. The Moabs are on board, or is it the bunker busters? I don't know. Either way, they're too
They're
powerful
bunker
for
busters. They don't
sustained
carry mobs.
tanks. Yeah. And wait for it. Boom. There.
And oh my god, they have got one.
And,
One of the Soviets has been
oh,
destroyed.
and
The
a
other is
second.
in panic. Oh, they've got both the Soviets, ladies and gentlemen. They have killed the enemy. Round of applause for the incredible bombing accuracy.
Ooh. Wait, sorry, no. Yay.
Hang on, you booed American B2s as an American. That's hilarious.
Traitor!
Someone
I
clip
live in
it.
Missouri is the best part.
Someone clip it. Someone clip it.
No, please don't.
Traitor!
I can go over the centuries. They've got a crew of 4 for the flight crew. That's commander, navigator, and flight engineer, as it's based off the 707. They still have a flight engineer. Mission crew of 13 to 19. That's people on the back with the big radar dome on the back. This aircraft can fly at 310 knots. Hit their optimum range with maximum of 461. Again, this is all unclassified. Range of 4,000 miles, and it can fly for about 8 hours without refueling. With the upgraded CM60 or 56 engine, it can fly with 11 hours.
So just
Its
a question
radars,
about.
yeah,
Sorry, just a question. Why is the radar shaped like a disc? Why is
because
that?
it spins.
Yeah, but why?
Well, because having a big dome on the back of an aircraft is a bad idea. So
Yeah,
they
but
have
what?
crunched it down into a pancake.
Oh, fun fact.
Now, I had the absolute joy of going on a E3 earlier on in July, and the F variant, which we see in the air at the moment, actually, um, she's an old bird, as they say. It was a one courtesy of the French Air Force, one of their E3Fs, and it still had all the original steam gauges in the cockpit. And boy, oh boy, was it nice to see. But we weren't allowed to take any photos for obvious reasons. I wonder why that might be.
She's still very classified.
Yeah. So coming in on the final now, it looks like we might have one of the B2s. Yeah.
That's the interesting
Say the
B1 right there,
correct
Fly.
name. Yeah, very much so. Meanwhile, the other B2, there we go, and the E3 look to be coming in for one final pass. Maybe it's a running break. I'm not sure. They're up to no good.
Looks like a run break to me.
I hell it when the Soviets survived.
No, we're dead.
No, they're very dead.
Yeah, well, they're truly dead.
Also,
Perished.
hasn't there been some
Now,
recent drama
from the
of
left, the E3 leading the B2. And, that side will never get old.
hasn't there been some recent drama in regards to the replacement for the E3, where it's been decided that rather than going for the modern E7 Wedgedale, Congress has decided to go for the E2 Hawkeye.
It wasn't Congress, and I don't want to talk about that one.
Was it not Congress? I don't know. I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't know.
that's going to get into politics real quick. That's
I
not
don't
even
know.
bring that one up.
Anyways. Moving on.
Moving swiftly on.
Or flying on.
Shut the fuck no. No, get out. Get out. You're done.
Go away. 5.
I'm taking these goldfish.
No, please don't leave. Please God, don't leave. I cannot do this myself. I'll lose my mind.
I'm taking these goldfish.
No!
Um,
Actually, I had baked potato. No.
Honestly, I just have a bunch of different props to make fellow sounds. Quiet. I think we lost Wally. I believe Talk has reclaimed him. So we got the E3 and the B2 just coming in lineup on runway 09, it looks like.
Right, do we want a bit of good news?
What is the good news?
What is it
We're
going
going to be getting an extra demo
Whoa. Why?
because we're that early.
We are very early.
We are not. We are only about 8 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Considering we're normally late by an hour.
I'll send over the commentary script to someone real quick.
Actually, as we wait for this, we've currently got Mr. Atlas, which is currently on the ground. With his little cameraman, he's going to be asking for some of the opinions from the current spectators down on the ground. So, Atlas, how's it looking like down there at the pen?
I haven't had time to get out of my max. Just give me 30 seconds to switch my one second.
Right, I'll be back soon.
Okay.
I was not ready for this one. Moment, please.
I was not ready either, but we are trying to make time.
To our lovely Sam site. He's clear.
Yeah, but you should be able to see that the B2 is currently coming for a landing. On runway 9, I was trying to get some very lovely pictures as it comes past. I do apologise for the bit of a quiet today, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like most people just want to try and get some lovely photos of these aircraft currently making their way down the taxiways.
I made my way over with my camera. I will be
Oh.
wandering around with pop-up.
Okay. Okay, so we are currently on the ground. We have currently body cam footage of Mr. Atlas here, currently on the ground, having a look around at all the different displays and stuff. If I'm not sure if we can actually get this on the stream, but we'll try our best. See
We
if
can
we
get this on my stream. So if you're here, you can watch it if you're not. All right,
Yeah.
first up, let's see here. We have found a MiG-29. I found him. I don't know whose MiG this is, but if this is your MiG, RP C8480, if you wish, you can raise your hand and pop up to the stage. If not, very pretty MiG. I'll turn off my HUD so you can all enjoy the MiG. Parked up next to the E3 Sentry. Speaking of which, we have an E3 Sentry. And I don't know whose Sentry this is, but it's a pretty one. That's albino. I should have known. Right in front of albino, we have this really pretty F-16 with his 60-year anniversary livery on his tail. And again, very, very pretty aircraft. We've got albino's E3 Sentry over here. He's hanging out, getting everybody on the field cancer with that radar. But he's still hanging out. He's also one of our SAM sites.
Yes, we've done any free systems like clearly very advanced stuff.
We have this, I can't pronounce that name at all, but it's an A3920, I think.
That's
That's
320
something.
Neo. The
Yeah,
320 Neo.
very pretty livery.
Yes.
Very, very pretty.
I do believe actually. I believe
What's
we have
this?
some F-22 Raptors. Yes, definitely. Let's see if we can try and get some questions from these Raptors.
Well, at the moment we have a Harrier doing Harrier things. But we can look away from that. We can head over to these 22s. We will be seeing them later for the F-22 demo team.
Let's see if we try and get some questions from these individuals.
Based on the fact that they just fired up their engines, I'm scared for my life now, so I'm gonna walk away.
Yeah, maybe run away.
I'm going over here now.
Run away.
I don't want to die. Whoever's watching me on the camera, hi mom. We have a beautiful Delta 767 in the beautiful spirit of Delta livery. Very, very pretty aircraft. My favorite airline livery, and one of my favorite aircraft, actually.
Let's see. I do believe we have we might be able to talk to the individual in question for the Boeing 767. Mr. Champ, are you here with us?
Doesn't tell me.
Yeah, I don't believe they are. No, never mind.
Look over here.
No one wants to chat. No one wants to talk today. Interesting.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And I think this is the last. Oh no, we have one more. We've got a beautiful LCF here. A lot of paint on this one. Must be very heavy.
Yes, fun fact: this specific Boeing 747 actually got
Okay.
stranded on the taxiway during the fly-in. He had to be towed away for maintenance. Very interesting.
I am currently being chased by the stream camera.
Oh.
Oh dear. Speaking of an F-22 demo team, if we look right out by the tower,
Yes, we see the F-22 Raptor currently making its way along the taxiway towards the runway.
and I gotta step away for a minute, but I will be returned shortly.
So we are fortunately back on schedule, ladies and gentlemen. Very fortunate. So next up is going to be that we take us up to the hour is the F-22 demo team flown by FET SAR-2 or the ZAR-2. I think it's the ZAR-2. I think I've screwed up the name by accident. I do apologize. My mind is starting to fray. I'm starting to get commentator syndrome. We all go crazy by like hour 4. Whatever, it looks like the F-22 is now he's now turned to the runway and he's now taken off with full afterburners. Why is no one else talking? help. So I do not believe we have received anything in regards to this specific F-22 display. So let's see if I can find some stuff in my notes. Let's see which one.
Yeah, we have. We have. There's no script, but
Let's see. Well, I believe I found it. Yes, we have no script. But anyways, we're going to be having some music. Actually, not music. Sorry, some facts about this aircraft. So this here is the F-22 Raptor, produced by both Lockheed Martin and Boeing. Yes, this is considered to be one of, if not the first, fifth generation aircraft in service, with over 195 being put into service by the United States Air Force. However, even Poland, for some reason, has opted interest into buying this aircraft. The F-22 was first manufactured in 1996 and was introduced in 2005. Anyone else wanted to butt in, or?
well, to be
Okay.
honest, I don't know enough about Raptor.
I don't know. I think we've
so
lost
it'll
that.
be
I
down to
think we've lost
Atlas.
Atlas. I think his microphone's broken. I can see him yelling on the runway over there. Anyways, the F-22 was derived from the YF-22, which was a prototype aircraft. And yes, it does bear somewhat similar resemblance to the aircraft that we see today. The aircraft went through many different variations. I do believe at one point it was designed to be a potential swept wing airframe, which for self-aircraft is quite interesting. The F-22 is also famous for having integral bays for housing its munitions, similar to a World War II era bomber. The aircraft is most notable for its very sleek and minimalistic design. Although being able to mount hard points on the wing, it prefers not to maintain its stealth capability. The F-22 Raptor has become quite famous for its starring in news reports and as well as in video games. The F-22 Raptor was the aircraft of choice for the pilots in Mobius 1 of the Mobius Squadron in Ace Combat, and is also typically one of the end game aircraft that you might see in most combat games. The aircraft as well has also gained some notoriety in memes as well as the Kid, as has been quoted by the YouTuber Habitual Line Crosser, famous for sticking faces on aircraft. This aircraft, if I do remember correctly, was planned to be manufactured in further numbers. However, with the development of the F-35 Lightning, which we shall be seeing later, it has soon been relegated to solely interception missions, and as well as only be relegated if it's been needed. Most recently, it has been slated for operations within Iranian airspace, and as well as has been equipped with UAV warfare technology. Yes, just like in Ace Combat, we may have autonomous drone body pilots with the F-22 Raptor. If I do remember correctly, this aircraft should be seen service well way into the early 2040s. Fly, have you got anything to add in regard to this aircraft?
Not really. No, you've covered most of it, to be honest. Other than the fact that I know a few years ago there was some rumours going about that the UK were offered the F-22, but we turned them down in order of getting F-35s instead, supposedly. Now, do take that with a pinch of salt, a very, very large pinch of salt,
Yeah,
because
it is just a theory, a plain theory. That's another reference for you right there. Unfortunately, our resident American isn't here to jump in on any information, unfortunately. I do believe I still do see him down there on the spectator area. He's currently smacking his microphone in order to try and get it to work and is now yelling at his cameraman. So with this F-22 display, we shall be moving into hour 4 of AeroKosh 2025. Fly, what can we expect in hour 4 of today's show?
So in hour 4, we can expect a bit more of a relaxed pace. There won't be as many fast jets. So initially, we're going to start with a fly past from Wizz Air with their A320 fleet. Following that, it will be none other than yours truly and the other directors for the annual directors fly past that we do for some reason. From that, we'll be turning up the pace a little bit more with the Flying Bulls with their two Dassault Alpha jets, which I'm very excited to see because they were very good last time I saw them. And finishing out the hour, we will see Robloxian Airways with their A350-900.
Yeah, so very relaxed hour 4 for AeroKosh 2025. Very interesting indeed. And again, we're going to ask another question for the audience. What is your favorite sandwich? Because I'm assuming everyone's got something a bite to eat for watching this. What favorite sandwich is yours?
Yeah, Royce completely lost it, guys.
I'm
He's
trying to
completely lost it.
I'm trying to figure something to say. Okay, yeah, my personal favorite is a ham and cheese sandwich. Yes, ham and cheese sandwich. I'm trying to figure stuff to say. Right, I'm losing it.
Yeah, that's fair. Now I suppose we may as well just have a bit of a laugh about the, as far as I'm aware, one air to air kill.
Guys, we can't mention we cannot go without mentioning that one air to air kill that occurred.
Yeah, so on the 4th of February 2023, a F-22 of the first fighter wing shot down a suspected Chinese spy balloon that was within visual range of the coast of South Carolina at an altitude of between 65,000 feet. With this being shot down, this did mark the F-22's very first air-to-air kill, and the wreckage landed approximately where was it? 6 miles offshore and was subsequently secured by the US Navy and US Coast Guard.
Another more famous incident in regards to the F-22 Raptor when the F-22 ambushed two Iranian F-4 Phantoms as they were chatting over radio communications. The F-22 came up behind them, saying, "You ought to go home," as the Iranian pilots thought they were by themselves. The Iranian pilots were then spooked by the F-22 popping up directly beside them and decided to turn for home, and again has become the butt of many jokes. You won't be able to see this aircraft, but it can pop a balloon quite easily.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, or I mean, I could be, I don't know, who knows. But it says here that there was also some additional high altitude objects that the F-22 did shoot down as well near Alaska and over Yukon.
We don't talk about that. No, we're not allowed. We've already got calls. We've already got calls from a certain place that we're not allowed to talk about that.
All right, so fine. Let's talk about some of the accidents instead because funny. So the first F-22 crash occurred during takeoff at Nellis Air Force Base in 2004. The pilot did eject safely, and the investigation revealed that a brief interruption in power during engine shutdown was what caused the incident. 5 years later, in 2009, an F-22 crashed 35 miles northeast of Edwards Air Force Base during a test flight. Unfortunately, that did result in the death of the test pilots, David Cooley, and the loss of the airframe.
Some interesting facts about the F-22. The F-22 was proposed to the United States Navy as a naval fighter for replacement for the aging F-18 Hornet at the time. However, due to the airplane's high landing speeds, the F-22 was refused from operating on naval carriers, being replaced by the venerable F-35. There was even a variant of this aircraft known as the X-44 Manta, which was designed with no tail. You heard me right, there was no tail on this aircraft.
As if it couldn't get any worse.
But it did get worse. Currently, there are two of these F-22 Raptors currently on display, one at the Hill Air Force Base Museum in Ogden, Utah, and as well as the National Museum of the United States Air Force in Dayton, Ohio. The latter of which has also seen some time on the silver screen, being able to have been seen in Transformers. The Michael Bay ones, unfortunately.
Now, I believe we're coming up to the end of this slot, and
I do
there
believe
does
we
seem
are,
to be a
yes.
procession of aircraft on the taxi out at the moment.
Yes, if we could try and get some cameras on the taxiway, you'll be able to see the likes of the Wizz Air fleet currently make their way down towards the runway.
They practically bought the entire fleet at this rate.
Oh, we've had a collision.
Right, good stuff.
We've had two collisions. The aircraft are now currently forming a aircraft centipede.
So the F-22 coming in from the left once more. Very nice little pitch and pull there. For bringing it all the way back around and flying back off the way it did come. So that was a very high G pull there. Certainly not comfortable on the pilot.
Hmm.
Oh, this is definitely a very, very aggressive display as far as fast jet displays do go. Oh, hello.
Oh, we have had a crash. There has been
Yeah,
a
we have
crash.
had a crash. Okay. Well, it was only going to be a matter of time, weren't it?
Yeah, I do believe
Yeah.
I'm seeing fire crews currently rushing to the scene of the accident. Why is it always F-22s that crash as well? I don't understand. Yes, I'm just having a look right now. It appears to be that the fire engines are currently going in to investigate, as well as it looks at the local ambulance service as well. If we try and get some cameras on that.
I suppose we may as well sort of let you in on a little thing that you never really know about at real life air shows, but you do in Roblox air shows because people crash a lot more often as the Wizz Air folks get rolling. But in real life air shows, every single performer is sort of forced to brief the fire crews on each maneuver, where they might be if a crash does happen, the best way to respond to said aircraft, and on average, they're expected to be at the scene within 60 seconds of the crash. Obviously, this can be more or less depending on where you are, but as a general rule of thumb, the sooner you're on site, the better. But the parade of Wizz Air aircraft get airborne now.
Yes. So I like to again. We won't clap for the F-22 because it crashed. Yes. So now we move on to, like my fellow commentators stated, we now move on to the Wizz Air fleet of Airbus A320s. The Airbus A320s are seen as the rival to Boeing 737s, first being manufactured all the way back in 1986. The, the The Airbus A320 was a drastic change in direction from Airbus's different aircraft, where originally the other two aircraft they were designed at the time, the Airbus A300 and A310, were both wide-body aircraft. The A320 went for what is known as narrow-body, essentially meaning there are less seats across the width of the aircraft, making it a lot smaller. This aircraft is typically a short to mid-range aircraft, and is a favorite amongst many different airlines, with over 12,000 of the type being built, and is the most favored of Airbus's aircraft selection. The aircraft, as well, is also a part of a family having several different types of variants. As we can see here, we do have some examples of these aircraft today. If I can see if we can try and get cameras on some of them, we're trying to explain what they are. So they are currently taking their long time to bank around and get into formation. The aircraft are typically separated into two separate types, based on their length as well as their engine types. There are two separate engines that the Airbus A320 fields. There are the Airbus CEOs or Courage engine options, which are typically either CFM 56-5As or IAE V2500s. Then there's also the NEOs, the new engine options, with CFM 56-5Bs or Pratt & Whitney 6000s. You can look them up in your own time because I'm not going to. As also stated previously, they also have different designations based on their length. The smallest of the family is the Airbus A318, or the baby bus, as many like to refer to it. This aircraft is absolutely tiny. Only 80 of them were built between 2001 and 2003. These Airbus can only seat roughly either 107 to 132 passengers, with a maximum range of 5,750 kilometers, or 3,570 miles for us proper people. The aircraft was first brought into service by Frontier Airlines, a ultra low-cost carrier, which we'll be talking about a little bit later. Next up is the Airbus A319, another smaller aircraft than the A320. Seats roughly about 124 to 136, and has one of the longest ranges out of the CEO fleet, with 4,300 miles. Then we have the Airbus 320, as we've talked about, and then the larger brother, the Airbus A321, in an elongated version, used by many airlines as a somewhat budget long-range jet, carrying, I believe, up to 239 passengers. Now, some people do ask, what's the difference between these aircraft? Well, for different variants, you can definitely tell by their length. As for the difference between current engine orders and NEOs, the main difference is what are known as sharklets. These are essentially little flaps on the edge of the wings designed to basically encourage better airflow around the wings of the aircraft. So it kind of looks like they've got little wings, like little wings on the wings, if that makes sense to anyone. Since we've talked about the Airbus aircraft in detail, I'm sure a lot of people do not want to hear me rambling about aircraft anymore. We shall go over the airline these aircraft are part of. These airlines are flying under the banner of Wizz Air. This is an ultra low-cost carrier based out of Budapest in Hungary. The airline started operations in September of 2003, a year just before I was born. The aircraft is, like I said, is known as the ultra low cost carrier, offering flights to most famous tourist destinations for very low prices. Some other examples of this can be Europe's Ireland's Ryanair, America's Spirit and Frontier Airlines, and Asia's Cebu Pacific and Super Airjet. These airliners are known for having terrible service and really crappy seats, feeling like a bus. I myself, unfortunately, have been on a Ryanair aircraft, and it felt like a stagecoach. The airline is most
And I
famous.
have also had the unfortunate reality of growing up being 6'5", so on any low-cost carrier, it is like literally sitting in a tin of sardines for 2.5 hours, aka fun. So running in from the left now, we will see hopefully 5 aircraft, because I'm pretty sure that's how many took off. Yeah, there are 5 aircraft. That's good. Now, leading the pack here, we have the A321 XLR, which is Airbus's brand new offering. On its left, we have the A321 Neo. On the right, we've got an A321 CEO. We've got another one on the very back left, and then at the very back right, we have an A320-200.
Another interesting fact about the aircraft on the back, right, the regular A321, that aircraft is spun Wizz Air's former livery, which was used, if I remember correctly, I'm not sure how long when it was introduced, but yes, that's his old livery. We can also see a special livery on one of the aircrafts. I believe that was done in collaboration with a mobile app. I am not sure which one. Yes, Wizz Air also operates subsidiaries from the UK, Abu Dhabi, Bulgaria, Malta, and even Ukraine.
Obviously, with everything that's happening in Ukraine at the moment, I can imagine their operations are a little bit less active than the other subsidiaries. But that being said, Wizz Air at the moment is, as far as I'm aware, the quickest growing airline in Europe.
I do believe so as well. The Wizz Air also solely only operates the A320 family, with the larger contingent being 148 A321 Neos, with orders for 239. By the end of what's believed to be 2030, this airline would operate almost 300 Airbus A320s of varying types.
Now, the very impressive thing that I find insane is on the A321 Neo and XLR, they can respectively both hold nearly 240 passengers, which is just insane when you think about it. And it looks like the human
Another
has blown up.
Yes, another fun fact of
Yeah.
the A320 family, there was a proposed maritime strike aircraft. As a rival to Boeing's P-8 Poseidon, the A321 XLR MPA has been a concept aircraft and may soon actually come into the air forces of the world, believed to roughly be coming
Do
to
you want to
service
know
in
the
the
bad news?
mid-2030s. What?
France has ordered them.
Yes, we are going to be receiving French A321 XLR MPAs. That's a
Are they
mouthful, isn't it?
are they XLRs, or I thought they were just
They
CEOs?
they,
No?
they, they are XLRs.
Oh Christ!
Their full designation is Airbus A321 Extra Long Range Maritime Patrol Aircraft.
Hooray! Right, well there we go.
But yes, these are
So
meant to be.
speaking of the MPA as well, that is meant to be replacing the Breguet Atlantique 2, which if you were at Riyadh earlier in the year, you would have seen. It was very cool.
Yes, it looks like every one of the Airbus fleet is currently just doing slow flypasts over the runway. The one currently coming over, the A320 having a little bit of a wiggle waggle as it comes along the runway.
Now, the
And
best
yes,
way to sort of distinguish the different 320 airframes is,
I
of
just
course,
said
the fuselage.
I kind of said that.
Another relatively easy way to do it is counting the emergency exits on the door.
If you can. And also, these aircraft, as well as trailing
Paint
smoke in the Wizz Air house colours of dark blue, purple, and pink. Very interesting colour choice. Looks like it's meant to be a LGBT flag.
Okay.
I mean, it kind of does, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
We're missing about
Now you're
80%
back.
of the colours.
I'm back.
Was that a long toilet break?
No, my partner called me.
Oh. Okay, so welcome back, our resident American, I guess, Mr. Atlas.
Raw.
Yes, rare. Trying to think of some other fun things to know about the A320s. Oh yes, another fun fact, like discussed earlier with the KLM A350, these aircraft all sport the same cockpit. As previously stated, across the entire Airbus family, the cockpits are standardized to allow for easy certification for pilots, unlike Boeing, which have several cockpits for several different airframes. So, one day you might be flying an A320 in the morning, and in the afternoon you're coming back on an A380. It's just that good.
Right, I'm gonna have to jump off comms here for a moment because if you sort of look over towards the passenger terminal, you'll see why.
I'll have to do the same.
Oh no, not again.
Yeah,
Godspeed.
again, unlucky. Maybe Zach might be around. Who knows? We'll see if he puts his hand up. That's definitely no. Well, best of luck to you, Royston. We'll
Oh.
be back in about 15.
Oh god, not again. Well, I guess you've got me again, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. It seems to be just us again. Unfortunately, it looks like I've been abandoned once again. If you have a look down towards the other turn, you'll be able to see the directors, my fellow commentators, kind of prep themselves up. If we can all again just give a big round of applause to Wizz Air and flying their A plus A323, just give them a big round of applause for this lovely demonstration of their aircraft. We can just see the first of them currently landing on runway 27, if any of you want to get some nice little quick screenshots. Yes, if we try and get a camera down looking towards the other town, we'll be able to see the aircraft currently getting themselves ready for takeoff. If you can have a look on the side, you'll be able to see 3 aircraft of very similar designs. In the lead, you'll be able to see a Boeing 737-900. Behind that is a Boeing Airbus A330-800, or more commonly referred to as the 300-200 Neo. And behind that is another Boeing 737-900, all sporting liveries from Aeronautica ATC. This is a part of the annual Directors Flypass. This is done every year as a thank you for everyone for turning up here again. And again, I'd like to thank everyone here for turning up to watch Day 1 of AeroKosh 2025, as well as all the ground support crew that help us maintain the skies and keep everything quite safe. Apart from the one F-22 that crashed earlier. We are currently on to schedule, which is quite nice, ladies and gentlemen. We should be seeing these aircraft picking up to the skies in roughly about 2 minutes, I believe, if ATC gets a bit of a chin wag and gets a move on. But yes, again, have a look, guys. The runway 27, the aircraft from Wizz Air are currently moving along the taxiways and on the runway to try and get back to their allotted parking area. And I do believe there will be parking with spectators. So if you want to get some closer pictures, feel free to do so. The ATC aircraft now moving down towards, I believe they're moving towards runway 09, I do believe. Although it looks like Wizz Air are wanting to do the same, and we may have a head-on collision. Nope, they're moving now towards runway 09. It looks like they changed their mind. We haven't got a head-on collision today, unfortunately. Should be some very lovely photos for anyone that's having a look. I've also just been handed I've just been sent something from my fellow commentator Mr. Atlas. So these are all three of the directors for Aeronautic ATC. The aircraft in front is Mr. Atlas's personal Boeing 737, sporting the red stripe for Director of Operations. Behind him is Flyplanes' personal aircraft, sporting the blue for Events Director. And behind him is Mr. Muscle, sporting the red. That's not red. That's yellow. I'm an idiot. Sporting the yellow stripe for Head of Moderation. All three colours. Ooh. Personally, I would have gone for a purple myself. I'm a fan of the colour purple. One question for everyone: what is everyone's favourite colour? Please write it down in the chat below. I'm sorry, KLMA is not a colour. So, since we now see the aircraft now currently rolling off of runway 09 with the 737 taking the lead, I guess we'll go into a little bit of information in regards to Airbus's counterpart, or shall we say nemesis, the Boeing 737. So the Boeing 737, alongside the A320, is probably the most numerous and one of the most famous aircraft to see in our skies. The Boeing 737 was first manufactured all the way back in 1966 and first flew with Lufthansa in 1968. The aircraft was a single-aisle twin-engine airliner. These were designed like the Airbus A320 for short to mid-range flights. The 1377 has also had several variations over its time, from I believe it's from the regular normal 737, the Dash 100, all the way up to the Dash 900. And then in more recent years, I believe it's roughly about 2010, the Boeings have had their overhauls in the form of the MAX fleet, such as the the MAX 8, the MAX 9, and the MAX 10. These are designed to be derivatives of their most famous aircraft with modern modifications. The main way you can really tell the difference between the Boeing 737 fleets is similar to the Airbus A320s. You can tell by the length of their fuselage, their engines, as well as the little sharklets on the end of the wings. It kind of looks like some sort of mouth. The 737 has operated everywhere from Europe to America to even the Pacific. So the most notable most notable types that fly this aircraft include Lufthansa, American Airlines, and Southwest. The aircraft unfortunately has had controversy in the recent years, with some MAX aircraft unfortunately leading to very unfortunate accidents and as well as mid-air accidents. One main example of this being an Alaskan Airlines Boeing 737-8, sorry, not Dash 8, MAX 8, I do believe, where a door plug, which was replacing a emergency exit, was blown open after takeoff, with horrific footage being shown of the plug falling off and the exposed cockpit. Very unfortunate. Hopefully, these Boeing aircraft still stay in the air, however, their future is not so bright. As there has been talk for several years now of a replacement to the 737, with many believing that to be the potential upcoming Boeing 797, which we unfortunately do have little information about, but hopefully we will get something in the near future. As you can see now on the camera, behind the lead 737 is the Airbus A330. The A330 was designed to be an upgrade to the older A300, being designed, I believe it was roughly 1994. This again is a staple for many airlines, being a mid to long range wide body airliner. However, it's soon being succeeded by the Airbus A350s. This specific aircraft that we're seeing flying today is the Airbus A330-800. This is designed to basically be the Airbus A300-200 Neo. being designed with a more modern cockpit, more lavish interior, and of course, new engines. The main difference you can tell between the types is again the winglets, with like the Airbus A350 having a slight curve at the edge of the wings. I have also now just been received a notice from the Airbus. One of the pilots, Mr. Atlas, flying the red Boeing 737, asked us to give a shout out to all three departments of Aeronautica ATC for all their work in keeping this server alive, and hopefully we'll keep it alive for the far future. So that is also another question I do like to ask. Since we're seeing both of the main companies flying, what is your favourite, Airbus or Boeing? Please write it down in the comments or in the chat or whatever. I don't know. Send it to me by post. I'm not sure actually because everybody's a bit terrible recently. But yeah, send it by post if you want to. I said Airbus or Boeing, not aircraft, but okay, good to know. Oh yes, that's another thing. Thank you, Mr. Cons. Airbus, the A330s also have the distinction of being a air tanker. Yes, that's right. These were designed. Some A330s were designed as airborne refuelers. I will not go into details of airborne refueling because I probably guess most of you know what that is, but I recommend looking it up in your own time. I have to say these are some lovely photos I'm seeing from the crowd here today. Getting some quite lovely photos of all the different aircraft that are flying around, as well as our camera crews getting some lovely videos of the aircraft flying around. So it is quite a very quiet day here at Linwood Joint Air Force Base. We've only had some problems, but it is nice to see that everything is running quite smoothly. We now see all three of the aircraft now coming in a column formation over runway 33. Get your cameras out, because this is going to be quite a lovely fly past. So it appears to be that one of the aircraft is currently lagging behind quite significantly. Very unfortunate. So currently having a look down again at the little apron, I'm seeing not seeing that many differences with aircraft. We still have some aircraft that have been staying here for the entire time. I am seeing what looks to be a Royal Air Force C3 C-130 Hercules. Very interesting to see one of those still flying about. Of course, we have our Boeing 747s. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see an air show without one of them. We also have, looks to be, let's see what else. Still have the Delta Boeing 767. We also have what appears to be an S-97 Raider as well at the front of the line. It's very interesting to see such a rare aircraft here today. Now, if you direct your attention towards your front, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see all three aircraft in a V formation coming over the ground. They might be doing a break. I do not know. They haven't told me anything. For all I know is they might kamikaze. So hopefully, let's just hope they don't do that. Oh, what a lovely break, though. Hang on, it looks like one of the ATC controls has spilt his coffee. It's like Top Gun all over again. He has spilt his coffee on his dresser, and he is mad. Ooh, very unfortunate for that man. Yes, but rest in peace, that man's shirt. Rest in peace. Hopefully, he can get a new one. Yes, it looks to be that the aircraft are coming into line. Let's give it a big round of applause for the ATC directors for having that lovely fly pass for us. Give them please a big round of applause, please. Anyone? Please, they've been doing this quite. They've been practicing quite a lot. Thank you, thank you. They've been practicing quite a lot. Be very sad if no one claps for them. Thank you very much for the appreciation, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure where they're going to be going, but I do believe they'll be heading up towards the apron, so you might be able to get some shots as they come past. So for all of you photographers, get yourselves ready. Oh, and what a lovely landing by Miss Atlas there in that Boeing 737. What a lovely landing. I'm going to see right now, ladies and gentlemen, if we can, if all possible, try to get on the line with the directors in their aircraft, try and get some comments from them after their lovely display. And as well as I am just getting word that we may have a special guest coming on quite soon, a very local from the Wingman Air Group. He might be coming up in a couple of minutes. I just do believe he's just having a bit of trouble opening the door. I don't think he's got the correct keys, unfortunately. The keys, unfortunately, here at Linwood Tower are a bit stiff. The locks are a bit stiff. They're a bit of a pain in the ass to try and get open. I do like to thank those that have been here for the entirety of the air show thus far. Thank you very much for being patient with us. As we at least attempt to. Hang on. I've just been getting told.
Guys, I didn't lose connection. Oh
Hang
my god.
hang on. Now we've just been able to make a connection with Flyplanes A330. How's the flight looking in there, Fly?
There's someone puking in the back, but you know, we've had.
Okay, good to know.
Oh,
Hang on. It looks like we have our guests, ladies and gentlemen. If I can Let me introduce for also my fellow Wing Air pilot, Mr. King Zach 213. Thank you very much for joining us. Please take a seat. Enjoy.
Hello,
Enjoy.
Roy, Fly. How's everyone doing today?
Please enjoy Alice's goldfish. He doesn't mind.
Yeah, sorry I'm a little bit late to the party. I had some viral issues to tend to, but I'm all here now.
So, Zach. So, as a representative here for Wingman Air Group, what can we expect from your lads at the end of today's performance?
Well, to be quite honest with you, me and the boys have taken our time with this display. It's uh to say it's I hope everyone enjoys it and understands the route we were going with it. I will give a little bit of a sneak peek on it, but let's just say it's gonna be a wide plethora of countries wrapped into one display.
Very, very interesting. Very interesting. And remember, folks, you will see this at the end of today's air show. That will be from, let's see, that'll be from 21:45 to 2200 UTC. No, not 25.
So,
Sorry,
Fly,
21:30 to 2200. And again, welcome back, Mr. Atlas from his flight. How's the flight up there, Atlas?
It's phenomenal. I love the 7.3.
Very good. Very good to hear.
he's a he's a base man. I
330
agree.
is better.
No, I mean,
Okay.
well, I can fly a 737 pretty much in real life, so it's not hard.
Let's not get a debate going on here, Fly. Let's keep it passive. We all know that Boeing's better, but anyways, moving on, Swift and
Yeah,
Xander.
okay.
Now, it
So-
looks like our next two aircraft are spawned in, and I've got another script to read. Hooray!
Very well. So,
I will say though,
Ooh.
before we carry on though, I had the best landing.
agreed.
I was debating whether or not to just carry a land a 330 just because it would be funny.
Oh Jesus!
Well,
And I did a
either
short
way-
approach. It was great.
Well, either way, that is the director's fly past done. Thank you very much for that lovely flight. Again, let's give a big round of applause for our directors for that lovely fly past. Thank you. So, Mr. Fly, what's up next? What is up next?
So up next is one of my highlights of the day, from the Red Bull Air Force with their two Dassault Alpha Jet aircraft. Just started up over by the passenger terminal, and we are seriously in for a treat here because I've seen a couple ACA air shows, and they've been, as Borat once said, very nice.
Very nice.
Yes, the Flying Bulls. I think they've become a very popular group that's seen in the air shows as of late. Would you agree, Fly?
Yeah, yes, I do agree. From what I've seen as well, they are quite a fan favourite amongst many of the people watching, alongside the likes of probably some of the other ones I forgot the names of. But yes, they have proven to be quite a very formidable foe. I'm having a look as well at the people. Both of them are. You might actually recognise these pilots. They are both famous aeronautic photographers, Mr. Corrupt the Dino himself and Mr. Consant. Both of them taking some very lovely photos here in Aeronautica.
I believe the other pilot is Jaden, not Cons.
Yeah,
Is it?
that's not Con. That's Jaden.
Okay, well, either way, it's a person, alright?
Okay, so what we've learnt from today is Atlas has lost his mind, Royston needs glasses, and
I probably
I need new
do,
internet.
yes.
Wait, Atlas, when did you lose your mind?
I ever had it?
Oh, okay, fair enough. Right, as my co-host was trying to say, yes, those are two fellow pilots, Jaden and Dino. Dino, who is very well known for his pictures and spottings in Aeronautica, but is also probably, in my opinion, one of the well-known flyers in Aero.
Ooh. Go Dino.
Oh, we got some music at last.
So since we have a script, we'll be
Is
handing
that
over
a
to Mr.
is that a call out to some people?
Well, either way, so since we do
Yeah,
have a commentary
yes,
script
it
for this, we'll be handing this over to Mr. Fly Flames. Mr. Fly, you have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed. So, the two jets rolling, and got some music, alas. Now, today's team that you see here was formed in 2003, and it's made up of highly skilled pilots who perform exciting aerobatic shows using the Alpha Jet aircraft. These planes were originally designed for military training, but the team uses them for impressive aerial displays. The team is part of the Flying Bulls, which is an aviation group connected to the Red Bull Company. That's right, the energy drink company, and maybe also the F1 team and many other sports, but predominantly a energy drink company. So then the Jets airborne, they're just going to reposition out for their very first manoeuvre. It looks like we might have a ever so slight change from what we're used to seeing if you've seen these guys before. As usually they bring it in from crowd rear. But hey, we shall see in just a sec. So, ladies and gents, if you look to your 12 o'clock, or dead ahead, the two aircraft are on the run-in. You can just about make out the shadow of the two jets. And, ladies and gents, boys and girls, this is Flying Bulls. So, as Zach and Royston, well, Royston attempted to mention earlier, in the lead today is Jaden, and the number 2 pilot is Dino. The Alpha Jet was originally, as I mentioned earlier, intended for use in the military flying training role. Manufactured jointly by Dassault and Dornier, I believe, of France and Germany, respectively. But now the two aircraft come in from the right. And this is the mirror aircraft. The mirror. So one aircraft positions itself into the invert, and the other is nice and level. And they'll come in to a half roll, repositioning the rolls, just like that. And that
So is the
was
flying?
the mirror pass.
Sorry. Are the Flying Bulls the only ones that currently use this as a demo jet, or are there other demo teams that you might know or not aware of?
Good question. So, as far as I can remember, there is only one other team that uses the Dassault Alpha Jet as their primary display aircraft, and that is the Patrie de France out of France.
Ah, that's right. How could I forget that?
As I mentioned earlier, the Polaris team does use a couple Alpha Jets as well.
That's a good point. And speaking of civilian owned as well, the top Aces defense contractor company, they do also use a fair few Alpha Jets in the aggressor role. But coming in from the front now, the two Alpha Jets will pull the smoke on. They'll perform a nice gentle loop at full throttle. Jets, they are surprisingly noisy. As you might be able to tell. So on the way down The aircraft are going to perform a lovely little split S and into the brake. There you go. And that was the split loop. So the two jets have now separated from each other. They're going to reposition to either end of the runway for our first opposition section of the weekend, if I'm not mistaken. Certainly won't be the last as well. So the two aircraft reposition round. So one aircraft in from the right, one aircraft in from the left. The two Alpha Jets perform a well-known manoeuvre back in the Summer Air Olympics. Smoke comes on. Two aircraft cross into one another, performing the very, very famous spiral. Aircraft are going to now reposition back around for the next little section. Want to keep your eyes out to the left-hand side of the airfield, all the way down at runway 33. The Alpha Jet's coming in at a very nice and speedy 500 knots, which is nearly supersonic. That's just to show you that the Alpha Jet is actually a very, very speedy aircraft. And in from behind there with a lovely little sneak pass, the other Alpha Jet, just because, why not? So then we're nearing the end of the show for the two Alpha Jets today from the Flying Bulls. They're going to reposition round and perform a very signature airshow manoeuvre. If you've got a 2 or more ship demo routine, then well, you've got to have one of these, and it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it? So, ladies and gents, from show right in just a second. They reposition back around. The aircraft are going to roll in now. The smoke is eventually going to come on, but first they're going to pull up into the vertical. Well, the smoke's coming on first. I was wrong. So the aircraft pull up into the vertical now. One of them will flip around. They'll both start the pull round. And for what can only be described as a brilliant airshow manoeuvre to have, ladies and gents, this is the heart.
I would say it's probably due to aero limitations and just in general. It's always a treat to see someone pull those off. You know?
Yeah, it's certainly not easy to do.
Yeah.
So both jets are now going to rejoin up back into formation. And any minute now, they'll be making their way back in from the left for their final pass. And, wait for them to get here. So, ladies and gents, from the left, the aircraft are going to come in for the final pass now. And this doesn't say it in the script, but I've lost my mind at this point, so I'm going to just say it because it's funny. As the Penguins and the Madagascar said, smile and wave, boys, smile and wave. Ladies and gents, from the left, this is the smile and wave.
I'm noticing it's a repeated thread of losing your mind here with their show.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, that was a very lovely display. I'd like to thank Flybus for that commentation. Let's please give it up for, once again, the Red Bulls, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause for them.
Does look like they're going to be coming into land instead, since their slot has run out of time, unfortunately. But next up, any second now, we should be seeing an A350-900, hopefully, courtesy of Robloxian Airways. They should be taxiing out, hopefully, right now, somewhere.
Yes, that was a very lovely display, I have to say. I'm not sure what's going on with the Alpha Jets. Fly can elaborate on this. I believe they're going to be going to the spectator pen, so that way people can get some pictures of both these Alpha Jets in their lovely Red Bull
We will
liveries.
see in just a second. Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. Well, so with this next display, we're coming up to the 5th and final hour of day 1 of AeroKosh 2025. Mr. Zach, what can we expect in the final hour of today's air show?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot here. Hang on, let me pull up the. Let me pull up
The
the.
I've got it up
the sheet's
if you
right
want
there.
to
It's on
take
your
over.
table.
Sheet.
It's right
Yeah,
there.
Fly, you're gonna have to tag. I'm gonna have to tag Fly in here. You pulling me up on the.
Okay. So, going up to close the show, we're going to have this A350 from Robloxian Airways, hopefully now. Then, one that's been patiently waiting all the way over by Free for literally the entire day. The C-17, courtesy of the East Coast C-17 demo team. And then we'll be turning up the noise a little bit with Carrier Air Wing 8 with a multitude of aircraft. But I won't spoil the show for that just yet. They are spawned in, not here, but elsewhere. And then to close out today, we have the Wingmen Show of Force with their multiple aircraft from multiple different nations.
Seems like a very big hurrah for day 1, Mr. Fly. And hopefully all of you down in the audience have also been enjoying today's performance. Please remember to if you want to, share your photos. Tell your friends. Because remember, there will be a second. That is right. There will be a second day of AeroKosh 2025. Let's make it the biggest air show possible. Probably not bigger than Rat, but we'll try anyways. Yes.
Now, coming in from what seemed to be a remote start, which is very nice to see. We've not had many of them today. The Robloxian Airways A350.
Now, I have a lot of questions about this aircraft. First of all, when did Roblox afford enough money to own an A350 of all things?
Listen,
I'm still asking myself that, to be honest.
I mean, I would have expected a smaller jet, but an A350-900. I mean, there's
I'm just going to
something.
tell them that we have two 737 MAX 9s and an A330 Neo.
Well, okay. I think with you guys, there's a different story. I mean, you're ATC. I mean, that makes sense. So, Rolex is a gaming company. I mean, I won't put it past them at this point.
So, a little bit of information, since you wanted it. Robloxian Airways is the flag carrier of the fictional country of Robloxia, with a fleet of over 200 aircraft. They fly to over 100 destinations globally, linking the world with beautiful wonders and bustling metropolis of Robloxia. Started off as a private investment by banker Richard Sampson.
Hang on. It appears to be that the A350 has stopped in mid-air.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
That's a new one.
He's
It
okay.
appears to be a magical A350, Mr. Fly.
Yeah,
I love
lines
magic.
quickly grew in scale, and in the late 90s, it was purchased by the state of Robloxia to become the official flag carrier. After a few financial troubles in the late 2000s, the government slowly sold off the shares to the airline before it became entirely private in 2016. It's frozen again.
y- Oh,
Oh, and he's gone.
well, it appears to be that the aircraft has unfortunately spontaneously disappeared, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologise for that. We're unsure what happened there. We're going to see if we can try and get in contact with the Airbus to ask what has happened with this aircraft. Hopefully, we'll be able to get some answers, but we do apologise for that
I
unfortunate
believe
problem.
that
They
he
have
might have.
reconnected.
Yeah, he just reconnected. So let's see if we can.
I don't know how an aircraft could reconnect, Zach, but okay. I think he might. Apparently, he's pulled the plug, so to say. But yeah, so we might be able to see the A350 back in the sky, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologise for that.
As I say,
Well, we've now had
magic.
2 mid-air disconnections. The Lancaster earlier today,
Yeah, cheers.
and
Thanks. Yep, cheers. Great. Cheers. Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. That's part of your mistake.
Yeah, grand. It looks like the 350's back. However, it is a wee while away. So we'll give it just a moment.
Yeah, it was unsure what's going on with the A350. We might get a maintenance cruise just to investigate that aircraft.
So just to run you through the remainder of today's flying while we wait for the 350 to come back.
We just did.
I know, but I've seen someone ask.
Hmm.
So next up will be the C-17 of the East Coast US Air Force C-17 demo team. After that, it'll be Carrier Air Wing 8, and finally Wingmen with the show force.
So if someone on the camera is able to redirect their attention towards the ground, you'll be able to see C-17 currently taxiing from its gate, and it's going to make its way down towards the active runway.
But it does look like the A350 is back and alive.
Interesting.
So, here we go again. Or as Fabrizio Romano once said, here we go. If you know, you know. That's all I'm going to say.
It's quite rare to see. Oh, is he back? Oh, he is. Oh, there he is. The 350 is back up in the air.
It is indeed.
That is a very hard turn for an airliner. Yeah.
So we've already had one aircraft in, well, let's say aircraft 1A350 in flying display already today. But we're going to have another, aka right now. So, do we want to repeat the stats or not?
I don't think we should. We've already really gone
I don't
over
think
those.
we. I do think we can gloss over that.
We've already. I do have to say that I'm looking at the livery right now. It appears to be that the Kangaroo is spotting spotting F1 on the aircraft. So, do we have any information in regards to that?
I would love to be able to give you some information. There's some writing on the side of the airframe, but I'm not sure what it says because it's going
I
pretty quickly.
believe it's their F1 partnership. That's what I
Ah,
believe it is. I think that's at least what that logo looks like to me.
ah.
I would assume it's similar in a way to Gulf Air then, with their.
At
That's
least
how I
now we know.
understand it. Yeah.
sponsorship.
I think at least we know now how they got the jet.
Oh, here we go.
Dolphin
Round
Red Bull.
two.
Oh, he's
Nope.
frozen.
He's stopped in midair again. He's becoming a wizard. He is a wizard. But I don't think his name's Harry.
Well, it might be. Who knows?
Might be. Oh, there he
Yeah,
goes
there we go.
again.
Fantastic.
Oh,
Okay.
he's
Well,
now
I'm gonna go check on
spontaneously
it.
disappeared again. We do apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. We're not sure what's going on with this aircraft today. We will be conducting a thorough investigation. Hang on, what's this? I'm just looking at the airbosses right now. Mr. Atlas is currently talking to the airbus. It's been quite an argument. Very interesting. I'm hearing crying over the radio. There is crying. Yeah, so I don't think it's ended well for that Airbus A350 pilot, ladies and gentlemen.
no, something tells me.
Anyways, moving on, we now see the Boeing. Sorry, is it a Boeing or Lockheed Martin? I forgot what company it is, but yeah, the C-17.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry,
C-17.
McDonnell, sorry. So McDonnell built the C-17, currently lining up on runway 27, ready for takeoff. We're currently got about 4 minutes till the aircraft takes off. So, not sure what's going on there, but hopefully we'll be able to get a good performance from the C-17. And don't worry, we'll be having our resident American, Mr. Atlas, over here, give us some lovely information about this aircraft.
The C-17. I love the C-17. I can pull up Wikipedia. Unless does anybody know? You think I know this stuff off the
Okay.
top of my head?
Nice.
Sorry,
Nice.
Okay,
I love
right,
this aircraft.
fine.
This is my favorite aircraft of all time. Let me check
No.
Wikipedia.
I love this aircraft. My favorite aircraft of all time is not the C-17. She's a brick.
Fair
Though we do
enough.
have some history from the team of themselves, or of the team themselves. This aircraft is from the U.S. East Coast. Where it is that? I don't know. We have music too. If I can get that music going.
It's already going.
Oh, thank you.
Who's that? Yes,
This-
man.
No, I have it muted.
Okay, great.
This aircraft is
What?
from the 437th Airlift Wing out of Charleston Air Force Base down in South Carolina. Fun fact, Linwood is based off of Charleston Joint Air Force Base. So this is their home airbase. This aircraft provides rapid global lift air capability utilizing the C-17 Globemaster III. Its mission is to deploy and assist in sustaining combat forces worldwide, delivering troops, equipment, and humanitarian aid anytime, anywhere. The wing plays a critical role in global mobility and power projection for the United States Air Force. The C-17 has a length of 174 feet, a wingspan of 170 feet, a height of 55 feet at the tail. Empty weight, she weighs 282,500 pounds with a max takeoff weight of 585,000 pounds. She can carry 2 M1A1 Abrams. Her power plant's 4 Pratt & Whitney F117 PW100 turbofans, brings her a max speed of 450 knots, that's Mach 0.74 up in altitude, with a range of 2,400 nautical miles and a service ceiling of 4,500 feet. Again, anybody that lives in the United States, anywhere near an airbase, has seen these things flying. They fly all the time, and they can provide any support, anytime, anywhere in the world.
I would just like to butt in from being on the other side of the pond, as we say. These aircraft also have seen service in many other countries. I myself, being a resident Brit, these aircraft are used over in the Royal Air Force, replacing the much older C-130s. Fun fact about this aircraft also sports a livery of Qatar Airways. That's right, this aircraft sports an airline livery. One C-17 is used in the transport capacity by the Qatar royal family. Also a very lovely Qatar Airways livery.
And I am going to just put in here, that is the cleanest C-17 you will ever see anywhere. I'm convinced they spend more time polishing it than they do actually flying it.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
but I would actually have to say that I think it's the first time I'm seeing a C-17 being flown in the air show again. I know the biggest gripe is that it doesn't have
Olympics.
livery capabilities yet, but it's still nice to see someone giving the old bird a fly.
That's why I have to contradict you right there, because there was 3 of these aircraft flown by the Wingman aircraft, which we shall see later on at the Olympics in 2024, in 2023, I believe, 2024, one of the two. But hopefully, we have received word on the grapevine that the C-17 may soon receive a remodel. The C-17 project has been in limbo by the development staff, but hopefully we should be able to see the C-17 get its very well-deserved remodel sometime this year.
Supposedly.
Supposedly. Yes.
Yeah, I do know that it's going to be one of the most hyped up liveries for sure when it does officially get released. I also want to point out that I have seen videos of this, and the C-130, the C-17. I'm saying C-130. The C-130 also has the capability of making. I said C-130 again. We're gonna just gloss over that.
You're just gonna nope. You're done. Your bit's over. No more. You're done.
Oh,
Yeah, just
damn it.
finish it
I
out,
mean,
man.
I
can't
can
lie.
understand if you said
There's no
400, but
recovering from it.
No, no,
I gotta-
Atlas told me I'm done. So what I was going to say is that the C-17 has the.
I can understand if you said A400, but C-130, really?
Yeah, there's
Try
an
it.
ever so slight difference.
Ever so slight. One of them has 4 turboprops. One of them has not that.
Noisy
Yes.
swines,
Anyways.
aka 4 Pratt and Whitney F117
Yes, I was
PW100.
even. But yeah, I was even
So
able to
as I
see
was
one of these aircraft.
trying to say is that that aircraft also has the capability of descending high altitudes at very quick times. I have seen videos of them going from 30,000 feet to 5,000 in less than, I believe it was less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a tactical descent. They use reverse thrust in air.
Yep.
Now, speaking of a tactical descent and landing, we should, in theory, see one of them shortly.
Oh,
But we're going to get at least a short field landing and a demo of the reverse thrust, supposedly. And I can confirm our next display act is getting airborne for a air start or remote start. So the C-17 is just finishing the minimum radius turn there. Obviously not something you would often see done by C-17, but they've just done it because it's cool. And
Yes.
well,
Just a
who's
quick
to blame?
question. Just a quick question from the audience. Who here has actually seen a C-17 in real life? Type it down in the chat below.
I've had the joy of seeing one through the loop before. That was quite something.
I've also had the joy in seeing one of these land at night to my local airport as well.
Oh Christ! If you look on the rough
I
heading of
do
about
believe he is he
300
wrapping it up now?
degrees, there's just a couple lights. That's all I'm gonna say. At least one. But anyhow, bringing it round to land now. The C-17 any moment here.
Mhm.
Now, obviously, it's not exactly the world's most manoeuvrable aircraft.
Yes, so so as this aircraft comes to land, ladies and gentlemen, let's give this again a big round of applause for the C-17. What of quite a very lugging display, I would say.
Why the music bot just stopped then and restarted. Odd. Okay. Oh well.
Gotta love it.
We love Discord, everyone says.
Technology.
We love Discord, everyone says in unison.
What a lovely landing by that C-17 right there. Very slow, very elegant. Oh, hang on, no, it's just slammed into the deck.
Yeah, of course.
I think
Now
it'd be
there is a
fine.
reason. There is a tactical reason behind that. If you do land deliberately hard, it is a lot. You bleed off a bit more speed as you do so compared to greasing the landing. And we're not done because the C-17 is one of the few aircraft that can do that.
Oh, it's reversing.
Yep.
Is anyone else hearing a beeping sound?
Nah, it's just the loadmaster.
Fair enough.
Looks
This-
like that was a
Oh, hello. Looks like we're going to get a wheelie here.
Oh,
Yeah, we're getting a wheelie.
it's like
that
every
what he's
single
going
Hawk
for?
minute. Oh, funny fact. When I was used to be in the Reds, our aircraft used to pull wheelies a lot, so we're used to this maneuver. Yes, that was a lovely performance by that C-17 right there.
Now, speaking of wheelies, if you were at Riyadh earlier in the year, I know I've mentioned it a fair few times, but one of the performers, the German Luftwaffe's A400M Atlas, on the Saturday of the show, it performed the wheelie. Not accidentally, but the pilot slammed on the brakes a little bit too hard while it was still going backwards, and because it wasn't exactly that full of cargo, the front wheel just lifted off and pretty much did what the C-17's doing right now.
Oh, hang on. No, hang on. He's having to bounce up and down. It's like there's cars with suspension.
Hey, just give it a special little workout. Nothing wrong.
If it works, it works.
Yep.
Alrighty, so on to one of the other highlights of the day for me.
Oh, hang on. I've just received another message. It appears to be, so those interested, the official winners for the Aeronautica Seaplane Livery Contest have just come in as well. So if any of you like to go to the Community Events tab in the main Discord server, just have a look at the results.
Gravy, I believe there is a video. If you just search up A400 Wheelie Reat, there should be a video of it doing it. Meanwhile, there is a traffic jam in the air heading directly towards us by the looks of it. If you look on a heading about 265 degrees, there is about 57 trillion aircraft.
Can we?
That is a lot of lights. Holy.
Yes, it is. It is quite a lot of lights from what we see.
Oh my. That is a
Oh
lot
my
of
god,
aircraft.
it's this music.
So, ladies and gents, boys and girls, the pilots that you see here are all part of the Carrier Air Wing 8.
I thought it was mentioned democracy.
The display you're about to see involves an F-14 or 2, or 3, or however many there is, I don't know. Some F-18s, some F-18Ds as well, an E2, and an S3. A little bit about each aircraft before they all get here. The F-14's got 2 crew. It's 62 foot long.
We went over the F-14, remember?
Yeah, I know, but Ian say.
Mm.
The F-18's, it's 1 or 2 crew, depending on which variant of the aircraft. It's about 56 foot long. The E2, 5 crew, 57 foot long. And the S3, 4 crew, 53 foot long. But running in from the centre, ladies and gents, this is Carrier Air Wing 8.
I'll level 5 fast. So you should be able to see in that formation, roughly towards the centre, you should be able to see the the very famed McDonnell Douglas FA-18, more commonly nicknamed as the Hornet. The F-14 spiritual successor, this aircraft was built by McDonnell Douglas from 1974. Over almost 1,500 of these aircraft have been built, primarily used by the United States Navy. However, they have been used by the United States Marine Corps, Finland, Switzerland, and Spain, and even Malaysia, I believe. Yes, Malaysia and Kuwait. This aircraft is, although a single seater, does have a double seater variant in the form of the F4. I believe it's the FA-18D. I believe these aircraft. These aircraft have seen service from, if I remember correctly, from the Gulf War all the way up until modern day, being the main force of the US Carrier Strike Groups since its introduction in I believe 1984.
I wanted to say 74, but I might be wrong on that.
It was built in 1974, but it was introduced in 1983.
There you go then. So I've been asked to read out this little note. The pilots involved in today's demo have made a special appearance at their home base, coming out from their Mediterranean Persian Gulf cruise to give you a little show. Sadly, however, it is the Tomcats' last cruise, so everyone, let's give them a proper farewell. They're going to give you a bit of carrier action with what is called a Case 1 recovery demo. For those of you interested, today's units of the show are are from VF213, the Black Lions, VF31, the Tomcatters, VFA15, the Valiants, VFA87, the Golden Warriors, the MFA 332, the Moonlighters, and VAW124, Bear Aces. Oh, and VS24, the Scouts. So, just a little bit.
Talking more about our very much loved F-18 Hornet, there are several variants of this Hornet, ranging from air superiority fighters to ground attack to even reconnaissance, airborne refueling, and electronic warfare in the form of the Growlers. You may also know that this is the same aircraft choice flown by Women Air Group's Black Rooster display team. Like many aircraft, this aircraft is not shy to the silver screen, being used in the likes of more recently the Top Gun Maverick film, alongside, I can't remember the film, but also a film starring Owen Wilson. I can't remember the film off by heart, but we might find it sooner or later. However, this aircraft is unfortunately being retired, with many aircraft across the world being retired for newer aircraft, such as the F-35 in the US Navy and the Royal Australian Air Force.
All right, and everybody, we have a treat here. Their flight lead will be coming up here to walk us through a Case 1 recovery.
Fancy.
When he accepts it. There we go.
Let me just pull it up for you.
Hello, Mr. Polka. Welcome again.
bad.
How's it up? How's it up there, Mr. Polka?
Not very bad at all. It's been a very interesting sight. Now, Tower 213. Type Tomcat holding hands with 201, 204, 100. State 7.2.
213, Mother's weather visibility is uninterrupted for 10 plus nautical miles. Case 1 recovery.
Roger that.
Expected. BRC 090, clearing to the initial at Angels 0.8.
213. And now for the fun part, you're going to see me pop a little message in chat shortly. That'll call the full overhead. And then you will see me state 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is when my individual aircraft behind me will break. I will be the last one to break. So, in this regard, 213 overhead, state 7.2.
213, Roger. BRC 090, signals Charlie.
And for the final call, 4. And now we're all flying individually, so I'll be stuck with you again for a little bit. You'll hear me give a proper nice call out at the end, please don't worry.
Right, so running in once again from the centre now. It looks like we've got a 4 ship of F-18s. What I believe is 2 Cs, 2 Ds, if I'm not mistaken.
So I can tell you now in that flight, you've got 3 single-seat Charlie Hornets and 1 twin-seat Delta Hornet. Those aircraft are from VFA-15 Valiants, VFA-87 Golden Warriors, and just as a little treat, we brought the Marines out for you from VMFA AW332 Moonlighters. And 213, a beam, switching to paddles.
Paddles contact.
Roger that. I'm going to extend out for my voice to get in, so I'll be a little late on my final. I'm holding about 13% power in this case, just keeping it just above that stall at about 200 knots, holding about 700 foot views. And for the best part yet, once I see my wingman's called, 200. Or not even 200. 213 on base. And 213 in the 90. And the best
And
part yet
3/4
for you all, my favourite call of them,
3/4
2 on
miles,
3.
all the ball.
In the groove. And 213. Tomcat Ball. Fuel state 6.9er.
Roger ball.
Little high for me. I'm gonna hold that center line a little bit. Little fast. And you'll see me actively running my own LSO while I'm doing it. Little come left. And hold steady. Little high. And, well, hope you enjoyed that. Little bit of a show for you all. You know. Thought I'd do something special. It's the first outing for this Airwing, and I think we've done well for you all.
Yeah, not bad.
I said I had a
actually.
few Tomcats lined up, didn't I?
Yeah, more than a few, I'd say. To say the least.
Well, we had 4 in that first column, with the first aircraft that actually broke being from the F-31 Tomcatters, more commonly known as the last Tomcats to stand. And the other aircraft were from the F-213 Black Lions. I myself am the commander of the carrier Airwing, and also CO of Black Lions themselves. We've had the last Tomcat to fly combat sortie with us. We've got 201, which was laid up in the boneyard with my aircraft for a little while. In fact, my aircraft's still there, surprisingly.
Nice. All right, folks. I'm gonna go ahead and organize to get WAG on the move. I will see you all.
Yep.
After.
I am also going to have to switch soon as I've
Surely.
got to get over to the WAG communications soon as I'm flying for them as well, surprisingly enough.
2 demos in 15 minutes is wild.
Don't even get me started on it. And of course,
So let's say a very, very, very big round of applause in the chat there for Carrying 8 for a very nice treat involving pretty much half of the force there.
in fact,
Air
that
Force.
wasn't even half of the force. That was a quarter of what we could muster in
Oh,
total.
Christ.
I mean, I plan something a lot bigger soon. I want to hopefully get all 22 of our Tomcats together for a final fly past at some point.
Unbelievable. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Porker, and thank you very much for that in-depth look in that Case 1 carrier landing. We also like to give a big shout out to Miss ATL Aviation, which is currently with us now, our Airbus for today's AeroKosh 2025. Please give a big round of applause to every one of them.
Hi.
And
Yes.
yep, I shall drop back
Have you
down
lost
with
your
the rest
mind
of my
yet, Adam?
pilots now. And as always, in this case, anytime, baby. Where is the channel? Just bear with me. Ignore my Tomcat doing a bit of rallying.
God damn it, Jeff. Hello, that was Carrier Airwing 8. Now, unfortunately, we move on to the final show of day 1 of AeroKosh 2025. The Wingman Air Group's Show of Force. This is my voice that we're dealing with, so I'll be commentating for this one. So I need to, one sec, I need to get my Wingman Air Group official jacket on.
Oh, Christ.
I've got it on. What, we've got matching jackets. We're like pilots.
Of course he does. Of course he does.
Well, it's Punisher, it's not my fault. He makes it mandatory.
Now we are in for another little treat here. A couple colourful aircraft involved in this formation, from what I can say.
To give a bit of context in regards to this flight, as you know, Wingman Air Group flies mainly American aircraft. However, for this one, we decided to give some other different aircraft and other nations a bit of a spotlight for once. So, for this demonstration, we shall be flying aircraft from many different minor NATO countries. And we shall be seeing a variety of very special liveries as well.
Now, are the liveries involved in today's WAG Show of Force, are they real-life liveries, fictional liveries?
They are all real life, yes. All of them were either used when the aircraft were either testbed aircraft or special promotional liveries.
Very nice.
All these liveries were either created by ourselves in-house at Wingman Air Group or were taken from the community, with their consent, of course. I have the proud honour of flying with every single one of the pilots in today's show. Another fun fact for all of those here, Wingman Air Group is actually based out of here at Linwood Joint Air Force Base. We fly everything from small trainers to the largest of maritime patrol aircraft and transporters. And as said previously, we have some couple rare ones as well, including the most venerable FXR-85 Dark Stars of Wingman Air Group's M Flight.
I still need delivery full.
Yes.
Now, I'm just going to jump down to the airboss for just a second, but I will return.
Now, Carrier Air Wing 8 have shown us quite a performance, so it might be hard to top, but I can guarantee you Wingman Air Group can do just that. So, I will ask once again, since we are coming up to the last performance of today's show, what was everyone's favourite show that they've seen today in the past 5 hours?
And for those of you that can't decide yet, we will have the voting for everybody coming out after tomorrow's show.
Again, we'd like to thank everyone here for sticking around for all 5 hours of today's air show. And do remember that tomorrow we'll have another 5 hours of spectacular air shows ready for you. So please make sure to stick around for tomorrow.
Mr. Royce, if you're voicing this one, I'll just head down. I'll pop back up to the stage after this one.
Please don't.
Right, Ross, I'm not sure how much I've missed, but have you told everyone about Wag's mission?
So the Wingman Air Group is probably one of the most infamous when it comes to military in aeronautica. We provide very, shall we say, mostly in-depth military air force scenarios, ranging from carrier landings to maritime patrols and even strike missions. You may have seen us in different air shows, as we have been in every single air show since, I believe, 2023, if I recall correctly. We operate, as I said, a very wide variety of aircraft. So if you do ever join us, there probably is going to be an aircraft that will fit your niche. You may also see, as an in-house shotgun, all of our aircraft, every single aircraft has the number 420 or 69. I do not know why this is, we've asked why, and we've not been given any reason.
Righty, so the aircraft are all airborne. They're on the way in. And yeah, Bryson, I'm going to leave it to you now. In your very capable hands with this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fly, and I have the stage. Do not worry, I will actually be chatting for this. Now, we do have half an hour for Wingman Air Group's air slot. This is going to be the longest slot for the entirety of day one and even of the entire air show. Now, from what I've just been told by the air boss, that our fellow Wingman boys are currently in the air. I'm not sure where they are currently, as I've not been told where, but they should be somewhere. Oh, hang on, I've just picked them up on the radar. You should be able to see them coming down from the south, approaching runway 15, ladies and gentlemen. If you try and get some cameras on that.
From the northeast, northwest.
Is it the north? I thought it was the south. I don't know. I'm blind. Anyways,
about heading 315 is what you want.
Yes, northeast, heading 315. Thank you very much, Mr. Fly. As you can tell, I'm clearly blind.
Yeah, evidently.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Really hope Apple Music works on here. Oh my
I
God.
do hope it also does.
Now, folks, in from the right, the Wingman Air Group.
What a lovely initial flight past this in German. As you can see, every single aircraft is representing a different nation with the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, as it was called referred to, is an alliance of nations to help protect each other militarily if a country ever invades the other. Think of it like a pact of somewhat. NATO first formed all the way back in 1949 after the Second World War. After the threat of the Soviet Union rose, the majority of Western Europe, sorry, I'm clearly drunk. The most of Western Europe decided to form an alliance to help protect each other militarily if the Red Menace had decided to invade. As you can see here, we see aircraft from all different corners of the NATO alliance. In the lead, being flown by Commander Zach King, is a Swedish Air Force Saab Jas 39 Gripen. This is Sweden's main frontline aircraft, home built within Sweden, succeeding the Draken, if some of you may know from the Cold War. Was it the Draven? I can't remember, either way. Sweden is the newest member to the NATO alliance, joining up in, I believe, 2024, to the detriment of Russia, and has proved to be a very vital ally in manufacturing. Sweden is probably most famous for, although its aircraft is most famous for creating the 40mm Bofors gun, used primarily by the Western Allies during the Second World War. The aircraft still maintain formation as they come around for a pass over the crowd. So, it looks like they're going a bit wild today. I'm not sure what's going on with one of the pilots. I think he might be had a little bit too much to drink before I got into the aircraft. On the left-hand side of the Gripen is a Cold War favourite, the Panavia Tornado. This is a joint venture by Britain, Germany, and Italy to make a multi-role aircraft. The Tornado is able to fill a variety of roles, such as ground attack and fighter intercept. The one that we see here is aircraft. Designation ZA326. This was a testbed aircraft of the GR1 variant. For the entirety of its 22 years of service, it was used as a trials aircraft, testing out new weapons and flight systems. The aircraft still can be seen today at some airports. I do not remember which. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize for that. The aircraft now going into a very wide break, or trying to stick somewhat together as they break. No smoke on though, which is quite surprising for this group. Now, another aircraft you shall see spawning the red, white, and blue of France is the Dassault Rafale. This aircraft was a French-designed multi-role fighter aircraft, originally designed to be contender for the Eurofighter Typhoon. The Eurofighter project, as many Europeans might know, was a conglomerate of different countries to replace their aging fleets of aircraft. France was also part of this, however, backed out to create their own fighter, as they found the Eurofighter did not meet their standards. So they came up with this, the Dassault Rafale, sporting the red, white, and blue of France. This aircraft is portrayed is serial number 146, or as military code for Golf Yankee. As you can see, the Pineva Tornado passing overhead, flowing its very lovely colours of testbed livery.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that exact tornado was designated with the nickname Raspberry Ripple.
That probably is correct. Yes, this sort of style of livery is infamous across most of the trial-bed aircraft, being seen on the likes of Wasp helicopters, and I believe as well a Hunter, a Hawker Hunter as well.
Just double check that. Yes, it was. As peculiar as it looks.
Yes. Now, I do unfortunately do not have the flight routine for the station jump, so I'm trying to get this aircraft as they come around. It looks like the tornado is just going to be hogging the spotlight for a little bit longer. So I do apologise for everyone else, but you might have to wait a little bit for the rest of the aircraft. But I have to say,
You may see as well, the tornado has the beautiful swept wings, which we saw just last slot actually with the F-14s as well.
That is
Was there
correct.
any idea on why they decided to use the sweep wings?
The swept wings are basically designed for, surprisingly as well, it was mainly designed for storage. The Pineva Tornado was also intended to be used by the German Kriegsmarine. That is right, this was designed for a navy. The swept wings, although being able to provide speed at different altitudes and speed, is also designed to help with storage. If you ever look at, for example, their 14 Tomcat on a flight deck, they would usually have their wings back for storage. Now coming up from runway 15 is the Dassault Rafale, flying again the red, blue, and white of France. I'm sure some fans here today are going to be very, very happy seeing the French getting some representation once again. As they say over there, Vive la France! Because that's the other one I know.
The lovely paint scheme on this Rafale reflects that of the real-life Rafale Solo display from the Armée de l'Air et de l'Espace, as they're called. And each year, the pilot of each demo gets to pick their own livery on the Rafale. Over the past couple years, I want to say the pilot was call sign Boo Boo. And yeah, definitely
Yes.
a very nice livery indeed.
It's very interesting. Unfortunately, his friend did not steal picnic baskets.
The shot coming in once again from the left.
Smoke on. It seems this time looks like I'll be a treat. Ooh, that's a lot of juice, that power spawn right there. Ladies and pulling that cork through. If he's not thrown up inside of his helmet, he'll be regretting it afterwards.
Really hope he has a poop bag.
The Rafale also, again, like many other aircraft, is also a fan of the silver screen, being featured in many French documentaries about the Marine Nationale and French Air Force. It is also the aircraft favoured by the AeroKosh squadron in Ace Combat 7.
That was a very, very painful negative G maneuver that was. Right.
Agreed. Now, another aircraft coming from the left, ladies and gentlemen, is once again another house favourite, the F-22 Raptor. We've already talked about this aircraft in length, so I'll just not really I'll go over the basics. This aircraft is a personal favourite of the Wingman Air Group. The part flying it, Mr. Boeing FA-80, he loves this aircraft to death. Unfortunately, we've found him many a times in the hangar alone with the Raptor. Not sure what happened there, but that's typically what happens on a Friday night. This aircraft is sporting a quite lovely black and I believe roughly grey two-tone livery of a simple weathered F-22. This aircraft also portrayed here is the same aircraft that popped that one Chinese spy balloon in 2023, affectionately known as the balloon popper.
You might, in that case, then be able to make out a little kill marking on the side of the aircraft.
So yes, like the American aviators of World War One, U.S. Air Force is still holding up their tradition of taking out scouting balloons, even it is at 65,000 feet. Now, looks like we've got some Saberton players, ladies and gentlemen. Saberton Steel Commanders. Very lovely song, you have to admit.
So with the Raptor done on the way out, we're now looking for,
Yep.
I believe, either the F-35 or the Gripen or the F-16. Not sure. One of them three.
Yep, it looks like we are going to be getting the F6. Oh, never mind. No, he's gone away. It looks like the pilots are currently deciding who's
Dive
actually going to
in.
go first.
So the
No, never mind.
F-16 on
It
the
looks
dive.
like we have got the F-16. This F-16 is represented the country of Greece. Yes, Greece. There's another F-16 from Greece here today. We didn't realize there was going to be two, but yes.
Very good representation from the Hellenic Air Force.
Yes, Hellenic Air Force. Unfortunately, this aircraft has not got any specific livery. It's just your bogger standard Greek Hellenic Air Force livery. Unfortunately, nothing special here.
No, the Hellenic Air Force, they do have some absolute rare beauts in the fleet. Unfortunately, none of them are in aero, such as the
Yeah.
F4 Phantom, the Mirage 2000.
Hopefully, we'll be able to see the
so on
F4
and so
Phantom
forth.
soon.
Yeah, please. I
The
beg.
F-16 now coming over the field now in a corkscrew and then moving into a bank with smoke on. The pilot again here is our very own Mr. Corrupt Dino, a resident photographer and very admirable pilot. You'll be able to see him in several displays today, such as Carrier Air Wing 8 and as well as the Flying Bulls. One thing you'll find with a lot of these demonstration teams, they're mainly the same pilots. You'll find Wingman Air Group has a large amount of pilots hailing from many different demonstration teams. I myself hailed from the famed Royal Aeronautic Red Arrows display team, alongside Fly here.
Yeah, that was my start at aerobatic flying. And,
It was also my start as well. Although I rarely flew,
my
I was mainly
finest
the
work.
commentator. You may remember me from being a commentator at the Royal Aeronautic and Air Tattoo, where both of us got our XR75 Dark Stars, which are an absolute beauty to fly. You may have
when
seen
they're
them.
not running out of fuel.
Oh, yeah, they're fine. You might have seen them sometimes whenever we go into air shows, such as AeroKosh last year.
One of which mine being from time to time the occasional Greg's sausage roll.
Coming in now is a Lockheed Martin F-35A hailing from the Netherlands. The F-35 is seen as the F-16 successor, being the freedom fighter of Western Europe. This airframe has three main variants: the F-35A designed for Air Force usage, the F-35B being a STOVL aircraft designed for short takeoff and vertical landings, seen as the successor to the famed Avro Harrier jump jet. Then the C, designed for carrier operations, which are soon to be replacing the F-A-18 Hornets of the United States Navy. These aircraft have popped up all over the shop, from Western Europe to the Americas, and even, I do believe, to Australia as well. And I have to say, it is absolutely lovely to see the Dutch getting some representation. Although we did see the Netherlands get representation earlier with KLM, it's nice to see the Dutch military finally getting some show.
On the topic of the F-35, I know a lot of real-life airshow fans are not exactly pleased about what they're nicknaming the F-35ification of everyone's fleets, because we don't want flying displays which are just F-35 after F-35 after F-35. It will get very boring very quickly.
Now, that is what we've had here at BAG. That's why I decided to show many aircraft of many different countries. The pilot flying this one is a Miss Phoenix Aviation, a new and upstart to the Wingman Air Group, and has shown promise during air displays, even flying in the more recent Lightning over Kaisborough Airshow. Hopefully we'll see Korea bloom and blossom. Hopefully she might even command her own flight in Wingman Air Group. Only time will tell. Now coming in again from runway 15 is the Saab 39 Gripen. As discussed earlier, this is the mainstay fighter for the Swedish Air Force and has been exported to several countries. Let me just currently get the list.
Just notice there's been a Cessna 172 on the top of the hangar the entire time. What on earth?
Over 300 of these Saab 39s were built from 1987 all the way up to present day. Seen service in Sweden, Brazil, South Africa, and even Hungary. Oh, not Hungary, Hungary. I do apologise for that. Like I said, it's been a long day.
Hungary, that's a new one. The Gripen here as well is one of the E variants, which is Saab's newest offering.
Having a fully digital display as well. Rather than having several little monitors, it has one large monitor across the front of its cockpit, which honestly it looks quite lovely. You might be able to watch a movie there from time to time if you're careful. This aircraft has seen to be the challenger to the famed Mirages and the Tigers of old. Maybe sometime soon we might be able to see these becoming a mainstay of many different air fleets.
Maybe.
Oh, hang on.
Maybe
I
indeed.
do tell a lie. There is even more countries that fly this aircraft. Czech Republic fly this as well as Thailand and even Britain as a trainer aircraft. Quite interesting.
Speaking of the Czech Republic's operations of the JAS 39, we're going to see one of their aircraft in the flying display program for tomorrow.
Yes.
With their Czech Air Force Gripen solo display, as well as an F-35 from the Czech Air Force also doing a solo display.
Yes. I'll just see someone in the chat stating that see the carrier Air Wing 8 has domination. I'm sorry to tell you, kid, they have not. Wingman Air Group dominates, unfortunately, today. The S-39 is still showing this stuff as the rest of the formation comes up from behind at over runway 09. Get your cameras ready.
270 for anyone wanting to get cameras on them. AKA JT there to your left.
Oh, another banger coming on the radio, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Red Baron. Very fitting name, song, not name, song. Very fitting song for this group. There was actually plans today to fly many different aircraft, such as a Spanish A400M, a German Eurofighter Typhoon, and I believe as well even a Black Hawk hailing from Croatia. However, due to pilot shortages, we were not able to do so. I do apologise on that front. Oh yes, as well. There was also plans to fly another Belgian A400 and a Turkish Black Hawk as well. But again, unfortunately, due to pilots, we weren't able to do this, so we do apologise on that part. The main formation now grouping up once again, coming in for, I believe, it's going to be a pass over the crowd.
Now, it's saying on the info that it is one final breakout, supposedly. So we shall see.
And again, as stated earlier, last week marked the 80th anniversary of Victory Japan Day, where the Allied nations finally made the Japanese come to the surrender table, marking the end of the Second World War. So seeing these aircraft fly today is definitely a very fitting time. Remember, so many people died so that we may live free. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and variations thereof, I give to you the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Smoke is now coming on.
And there we have it. So, with that, AeroKosh 25 Day 1 is done and dusted.
Yes, we'd like to please give a round of applause for the Wingman Air Group for that lovely display. I do believe they will be parking up on the ramp for photos. And like my fellow commentator said, that unfortunately brings it to an end for day 1 of AeroKosh 2025. We'd like to thank you all very much for watching the first half of this air show's demonstrations. We will be back at the same time tomorrow for even more demonstrations.
Now, I have, for one final thing, I have been asked from our lovely, one of our moderators today to just pass the message on. So, Twix, stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Just on behalf of the Aeromod team, who's been working with yous tonight to keep the airspace nice and safe and clear for y'all's performances, we'd like to thank you all for your cooperation. There was a couple of times we had to take a couple people down, but honestly, nothing that we didn't expect. So we do thank everyone for your good behaviour, and all is forgiven. We won't hold it against you. Do not worry. We have to say that all the performances have been amazing, and we cannot wait to be here for day 2. And we wish everyone a very good night, a very good evening, rest up, and I'll see you nice and early for day 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Twix from the Aeronautica moderation team. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Alice, any final words?
I have nothing. Today was great. I hope you all have a good morning, day, night, evening. Time zones are hard. We will see everybody here tomorrow evening, afternoon, morning for AeroKosh Day 2.
Thank you very much.
Or AeroKosh 2025 Day 2, sorry.
Yes, thank you very, very much. It's Atlas. So that is it from all of us here at Linwood Tower. We'll be down into the crowd, just have a bit of a mingle, taking some photos. I'm not sure about the current status of the airspace, but please just be respectful. Let's try and not turn this thing.
At this time, the TFR is lifted for the day.
Just please keep it.
Go crazy.
Please just keep it in a reasonable state. We want to try and use this place tomorrow, but Apart from that, that's it from us here in Linwood Tower. This is Linwood Tower signing off. Have a very good night.
We're closing the stage as well, so we'll see you.
Go away, go, bye, go,
Yeah,
go away.
Quick. Still